Director Carlson. Just wanted to make sure people knew you were now on and participating remotely. Our next item on the consent agenda is public comment. And as many are aware, due to the coronavirus, all board meetings currently are being held remotely, and that there is no in-person public comment to ensure social distancing practices are in place. All public comments should be submitted in writing to Diane Jenkins, djenkins at lwsd.org by 3 p.m. on the day of the board meeting. And this has been, I think, as we've been going through our remote learning and the experience, and as people start looking to summer and to the fall, we have received quite a few public comments over the course. And so bear with me. I will do my best to read these in a way that you can stay engaged. All right. So our first one is from Britt Clark, and her subject was regarding remote and in-school learning for the coming year. And Britt goes on to say, for my middle and high schoolers, one of the biggest problems with home learning is how difficult it is keeping up with 6 or 7 classes daily. For each class, they check email, check assignments across multiple platforms, self-teach the material, and do homework. It's stressful and hard to focus on that many subjects in a day or even over a week. One solution could be scheduling fewer courses at a time in 3-4 week blocks. Example, such as 3 weeks of math, art, English, then 3 weeks of science, social studies, and health. Reducing to 3 or 4 subjects at a time gives students the time and mental bandwidth to focus and connect to their work. With so many unknowns and a good possibility of disruptions throughout the coming school year, limiting students to 3 to 4 classes at a time works for improving focus and learning for middle and high school students, both for in-school learning and distance learning. With in-school learning solutions such as Shifted School, half of students attend Monday, Tuesday, and half Thursday, Friday. A multi-week block of 3-4 classes at a time would give teachers the time needed for in-depth classroom instruction with less population mixing and an easier shift to home learning if building closure is needed. Please find some way to reduce the class load to just 3 or 4 at a time. 6 to 7 is too many when students are remote learning or experiencing disruptions within school learning. Thank you for your consideration. The next comment we have is from Jessica Booth. She is also a parent within our district. As a parent of 2 students in the Lake Washington School District, I am closely watching OSPI as they work on their reopening options for the fall. Currently, OSPI's reopening options are bleak and vague. Students need to return to the classroom in a traditional setting, which OSPI has already basically ruled out as not viable. Leaders need to fight for our students and their education, social and emotional well-being. We need to stand up for what we now very much know about COVID-19 and get students fully back into the classroom in a traditional setting. Let's stop with the mediocre options for publicly educating a whole generation of students. I implore LWSD to be the first to make bold and effective moves that allow our students back into the classroom in a traditional setting come fall. Thank you. And our next one is from Sweta Kishore. I hope you have taken into consideration all the feedback regarding teaching online this academic year. I have a 5th grader who has struggled with not being able to receive live instructions and having to watch videos and access through several pages to get to her work. I will also have a 2nd grader in special ed who will start in fall and a child who will be going to middle school. As parents, we would like to see live instructions and one-on-one check-in time with students to see if they have doubts and to help them with schoolwork. It is very impossible for parents to take on the role of educators and have to explain every single concept. And next we have Christine Urban. I wanted to ask questions for May 18th board meeting, but I'm unsure how to ask my questions, so I'm writing down my ideas to share instead. Mostly, I would just appreciate these ideas getting to someone who is making decisions so they might be considered. What does school look like for the fall and forward? I suggest that high schools continue with distance learning in the fall with the following ideas. High schoolers, step up to this current situation we are in and be role models for younger students by showing we can get through this and that they, the high school students, can continue to distance learning with a 4 class load and be successful. Older students less likely to need help with technology and hopefully more likely to follow through with school. 4 core classes, skip electives. 7 classes are way too much. Daily, Monday, Wednesday, Friday required video meetups and teams, either midday at lunch, maybe eat lunch together, or end of school time, daytime to encourage a homeroom-like atmosphere and some fun socializing. Require PE as 5th class, which only entails 30 minutes of exercise each day with fresh air if possible. No bus usage. Then use the high schools as extra classrooms for elementary and middle school students to help with social distancing, and have also needed alternating school day schedules and also bus schedules or walking to school. Keep each school community hyper-local for both schooling and, if necessary, buses. Students attend the school closest to their home, not necessarily the school they had been attending. Have students stay with one teacher for elementary students and teacher moves between classes for middle school. Could expand this to have every school be a K-8 model. Also focus on only 4 core classes, PE. Thoughts on students using masks properly and continuing to wear them, hand washing. Social distancing on buses. 4, also how much consideration is being given to the fact that we still know very little about this virus and it is actually affecting children now, and we do not know how it affects them long term. 5, are required school hours or required teachers' hours truly required at this time? These hours must certainly already be being met through all the immense efforts of both students and teachers during this time of crisis in our country. We need standards to follow, but we also need to have less standards, not lower standards, just less requirements put upon us until we are out of this crisis mode. Number 6, is it possible that families will be given the option to continue distance learning for the 2021 school year due to the high possibility of a COVID-19 outbreak instead of attending at the brick and mortar school? 7, what are the district's plans to quickly and safely transition to distance learning during the next school year if COVID-19 transmission increases significantly? 8, how quickly will this decision be made, and what is the chain of command for deciding, especially considering the 14-day lag period before it would be known that increased transmission is occurring? 9, will drinking fountains be available for use at school or closed off? And number 10, what is the response plan if staff or students testing positive for COVID-19? Thank you for allowing me to share my thoughts. And next we have Melissa Nielsen, MS, OTRL, and parent. I am writing to encourage you to consider opening school in a traditional manner with increased emphasis on sending or keeping sick children at home. I am a pediatric occupational therapist who works with children with multiple types of developmental delays and have a middle schooler and a high schooler in Lake Washington School District. I have also experienced the deep and enduring pain of losing a child to illness. The clinic where I work sees over 300 elementary age patients per week. I am overwhelmingly hearing from parents that their children are refusing to engage with online learning, tantrums, avoidance strategies, and the longer this goes on, the more disengaged they have become from the homeschool homework they have been given. Parents have reached the point of not complying because it's not worth the stress being put on families. Despite significant efforts by teachers, my own children see assignments given as busy work, and I don't feel they are learning anything, but deeply feel the loss of peer interaction, participating in their after-school activities, and being part of their community. My middle schooler said, I even want to see the kids at school that I don't like. School is much more than cognitive development. It's also about social, emotional, and physical development. Peer interactions, friendship development, problem solving, social and emotional modeling, team activities, sports, band, orchestra, school plays, just to name a few, can't be taught over the internet. Inclusion doesn't happen over the internet. Our students now only interact with established friends groups through online activities. There is no opportunity to meet or engage with peers who are different from them. Regarding science and data, according to wa.doh.gov, the number of deaths in Washington State is for people 0 to 20 is statistically 0%. Unless it was not published, it does not appear LWSD had a student and possibly not a teacher test positive for the virus while the district was open. I sifted through articles and research regarding asymptomatic people spreading the virus. Many headlines report this to be true. If you read the articles and then go further and read the linked research articles, conclusions of the research articles don't definitively correlate a link between asymptomatic patients and transmission. One article stated something I felt made a lot of common sense. COVID-19 is spread through respiratory transmission. An asymptomatic person, by definition, is not coughing or sneezing, thus reducing both the opportunity to spread the virus and the viral load that could be spread. Simply breathing causes a smaller viral load than coughing and sneezing. When the COVID-19 outbreak initially occurred, OSPI, the LWSD superintendent, and LWSD school board, Dr. Carlson in particular, all resisted closing schools based on available data. Since March, we have learned that death tolls, thank goodness, were much less than projected, even when societal measures such as social distancing were taken into account. Hospitals are significantly better prepared with PPE and other equipment, and we've learned how to better care for patients to improve outcomes. In other words, data previously used to keep schools open in February and early March has improved. If we are going to make decisions based on projected data for fall, when seasonal illness increases and when a second wave will hit, we need to look at other projections as well. If we can all remember, before COVID-19, teenage suicide rates were rising at an alarming rate and is considered the second leading cause of death. Research suggests that for every 1% gain in unemployment, there is a 1% increase in suicide rates. Quotes the link here. April 2020 data shows nationwide unemployment at 14.5, also quoting link, suggesting a more than 10% increase in suicide rate. While these numbers reflect adults, keep in mind that we just increased the risk factors for teens: depression, social isolation, economic insecurity, loss, change in daily life, parental stress, substantially and all at one time. Please reference the following report and note that we have artificially induced every risk factor and that social distancing may be increasing suicide risk. Link: as social distancing save lives, researchers warn it could increase suicide risk. While I am only speaking to suicide, multiple mental, emotional, and physical, both health and abuse situations, health issues come into play. Regarding cost, while I have no idea the true cost, both in dollars and time, of making all of the changes being considered, I can only conclude they must be enormous and tremendously cumbersome. The cost of returning to a typical in-person school system would be equally enormous. If changes are made now, it is fair to assume we will not go back to an education system that has worked for America through illness, plagues, depression, and war. While COVID-19 is serious, it does not warrant the total remodeling of our education system. I've experienced the horrific loss of a child. I wouldn't wish it upon anybody. Online education and or some hybrid of in-school home is not only a poor substitute for our overall development of our youth, but it also won't save children's lives. Next, we have Kenny Booth. I think everyone would agree that full-time in-person schooling is the preferred method of education. Our entire K-12 educational system is based upon this assumption. Therefore, it would seem paramount that we return to this standard as soon as realistically as possible. It is not your job to protect other portions of our population. You have a single duty: to educate our children. Please stay within this mandate and return our children to the classroom in September. We also received a public comment that was similar from several different parents. I will list their names: Lisa Guthrie, Cheryl Jones, Jamie Heaps, Jennifer and Robert Martin, and Sujatha Parthasarathi. So the email is: I notice that there will be some preliminary discussion around planning for next school year, so I want to stress the importance of including information on special needs students in these plans. At the April 13th board meeting, teams representing elementary, middle, and high schools presented their plans for remote learning. None of the teams were able to speak to how teachers in special needs classrooms are adapting to remote learning. Director Stewart specifically asked for an update on this in a future board meeting, but it hasn't happened as of yet. I'm sure that Director Stewart and I aren't the only people interested in hearing how the district is providing accommodations for students with significant special needs. I hope to see an update soon. In addition, I understand that planning is currently underway for summer school in 2020 as well as for the 2021 school year. I expect these future plans to include details on how the district will provide services to students on IEPs if the current pandemic school closure persists past the end of the school year. I ask the board to insist on hearing updates specific to students with special needs as these plans are presented. Next, we have Juan Jewell. As a resident with grandchildren in the Lake Washington schools, I am interested in hearing how the district is providing accommodations for students with significant special needs. As a retired educator, I know that planning is currently underway for summer school in 2020 as well as for the 2021 school year. I trust these future plans will include details on how the district will provide services to students on IEPs if the current pandemic school closures persist past the end of this school year. I ask the board to insist on hearing updates specific to students with special needs as these plans are presented. Next, we have Ms. Sandra Slutz. While this period is tough, a parent of two students, a second and seventh grader. While this period is tough on all students, it is particularly difficult on subsets of students who struggle even under the best of circumstances, like our students who receive special education services. It concerns me greatly that there has been minimal progress on meeting the special education needs during this time. I know these are difficult topics, but it is vital that they be addressed. As you meet for Monday's board meeting, I ask that you and the rest of the board insist upon hearing what the plans are to address the needs of 504 and IEP students as teams report on their contingency planning for summer 2020 and school year 2021. And next we have Susan Cozens. I would like the school board today to discuss plans for bringing students on IEPs back into the physical classroom as soon as possible and no later than summer session. An evaluation process should be starting now to determine which of them need to be face-to-face interaction time most. In addition, the district should be providing teletherapy. The district is out of compliance with federal regulations on special education and could do much more inside school buildings even under governor's current instructions. The board needs to know what the district is planning and make it clear that lack of plan is not an option. Thank you for getting this onto the agenda for today and every upcoming meeting until the problem is addressed. And lastly, we have Allison Terwilliger, RN, BSN, and a WANIC clinical instructor. Hello, I am writing regarding the discussion how to safely structure school for next fall. As a parent, an educator, and a nurse, I do understand that there are multiple issues to balance. I know some of my students are adapting well. Many are not or have dropped out of sight. For my own children, especially my middle schooler, remote learning has been challenging. Neither of my children are typical learners. Both are in choice schools, which are primarily valuable to us for the relationships they form with peers and teachers. Knowing my children's academic needs, if we were not in choice schools, I would, quite honestly, withdraw them and homeschool until schools are more normal. However, that is not a choice we can make without giving up their ability to return to their schools. Would the district consider a policy that would freeze waiting lists or allow leaves to give families options in this situation, especially for students with IEPs or 504s? That is the end of our written public comment for this evening. I want to thank everybody for taking that time. I appreciate your staying with it. I know it's hard to hear a same voice speak through all of those. There was clearly a theme through all of those as you come forward, and we will make sure that those copies, all board members have received copies of all those public comments, as well as the superintendent and staff. And so those will all be items that will be talked about through that time. So you might have people reaching out to you for further clarification if needed. So thank you for taking the time. And the next item on our agenda is the approval of the consent agenda. I will now entertain a motion to approve.
Move approval of the consent agenda.
Second.
It has been moved by Director LaLiberty and seconded by Director Carlson to approve the consent agenda. Dr. Stavum, would you kindly poll the board?
Director LaLiberty?
Yes.
Director Sage?
Yes.
Director Carlson?
Yes.
Director Stewart?
Yes.
President Bleasner?
Yes. All right, so with that, the consent agenda has unanimously passed. So we do have a very full non-consent agenda this evening. So we will be starting with the first item is the 2021 Debt Service Fund Budget Extension Public Hearing and Adoption of Resolution number 2291. A public hearing will be opened following the presentation of the Debt Service Fund. If you would like to provide comments during the public hearing, you can call 425-936-2805 or 425-936-2809, conference ID 471683. And with that, I will pass it off to Dr. Stavum for the presentation.
Thank you. We are dealing with just a little bit of technical difficulty because a few of our presenters tonight, for some reason, are not looking like they have the ability to share their screen. I'm going to turn this over to Barbara to talk about what this item is, and while she is doing that, I am going to try to solve some of our technical problems. So Barbara, go ahead.
Great, thank you very much. So, yeah, and there is no associated presentation with this particular topic on the agenda. What is on the agenda before you is a budget extension or a expenditure increase for the debt service fund. You may recall that back in March, the board authorized refunding of our bonds in order to take advantage of favorable interest rates. And that refunding did occur on April 30th. And when that refunding occurs, the accounting requirements require that we record the refunding proceeds both on revenue and as an expenditure. And so in order to, once we record those, then that will cause us to go beyond the current adopted budget. So this action before you is an increase in the expenditure budget. And as I mentioned, there are revenues that offset that increase. So we are proposing a $138 million increase in both revenues and expenditures. And so there's no total impact on the fund balance of the fund. We are required to hold a public hearing for this, and so we will do that in just a minute. And we are also required to publish notices in the local newspapers to let the community know that we are holding this hearing tonight, and we have done that. And any feedback was to be emailed by 3 p.m. and we have not received any feedback at this time. And at this time, and people also can call in if they want to comment during the public hearing. So the resolution before you authorizes increases to the debt service fund budget from $83.2 million to $221.2 million. So any questions?
I have a question.
Okay.
And maybe it's just a clarification. I know it can be confusing discussing bonds and refinancing and bonds versus levies. Mm-hmm. Would you mind walking through just briefly what this $138 million is being used for, how that works?
Absolutely. So we sold, basically we called our bonds, our current outstanding bonds, and we sold new bonds that will pay off those old bonds, and we refinanced, and those new bonds are costing us a lower interest rate. So we are refinancing our bonds in order to get a lower interest rate and save our taxpayers over $18 million. And so the bond proceeds, again, go in to pay off those bonds. It's not an impact to the Capital Projects Fund. It is only an impact to our debt service fund.
Are the funds, though, are any of those funds used toward any kind of construction?
So our the bonds were sold based for our construction projects, yes, and they were our 2009 and 2010 bonds. So those were approved by voters in 2008 to rebuild about 11 school buildings.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions? Okay, hearing none, then now will be the time that I will open the public hearing. So if you would like to provide oral comments during the public hearing, as I mentioned before, you could call 425-936-2805 or 425-936-2809, conference ID 471683. And state statutes does require the board to hold a public hearing on the budget extension and adopt the revised budget by resolution. The appropriate public notices have been published in the local newspaper. An opportunity to submit written comments was provided. However, as stated, there were no written comments that were provided during that time frame. And so, Ms. Posthumus, has anybody called in to provide any oral comments?
Let me just double check. Is anybody on the line right now? No one is on the line right now. So I'm not aware that anybody has called in. So.
All right. As we have no one on calling in at this, so I guess should I ask 3 times, right? The whole thing? No. Is there anybody who would like to call in? You can check. If not, this is our first time doing a public hearing virtually, so it makes it a little more challenging in which to do so. So as we have no one on calling in at this time, therefore the public hearing is now closed. And so following the solicitation of both written and oral comments, this public hearing is now closed. Okay, so I will now entertain a motion to approve resolution number 2291, authorizing the superintendent to increase the 2019-20 debt service fund budget from $83,230,675 to $221,230,675.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved by Director Stewart and seconded by Director Carlson to approve the resolution number 2291 as presented. All those in favor, please signify, or actually any discussion? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor, please signify by voting aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Hearing none, motion carries 5-0. Thank you. So that was step one. Now our next item on the agenda is the overview of the budget process, as we are in that process of setting that up for the next year. And so with that, I'll pass it off to Dr. Statham again.
Thank you. And we have two items that are typically ones that we would do in a study session. And so you were given your homework to just review processes that you are already familiar with and a document that you're already familiar with. So I'm going to start with the first one, which was just the overview of the budget process. There's no significant changes from last year's process. And we wanted to just give you the opportunity to make sure that things were clear. And if you had any clarifications or questions, that Barbara could answer those. Any things that needed attention tonight? Okay, I'm hearing none.
Actually, I do have a question.
Okay.
Sorry. My question is, in going through that, the question I had, typically there was a time when we have a community engagement or a survey process that took place with the budget. Were we able to do that this year? And how was that incorporated in, or where would that be incorporated in?
And we did not send out our normal parent survey, and it wasn't just about the budget. The parent survey encompassed all sorts of things around our educational program and priorities. And so we will make sure that our budget process includes feedback from staff and administrators. They submit requests for budget changes. We go through we have a committee that reviews those changes and provides feedback on those changes, and then we will be working through and providing recommendations, and which Dr. Saban will bring to the board as far as the final budget, and then we will be sharing those preliminary recommendations in early June with the board as well. And then once the district has a draft budget, we present that information, and then we will have the summer basically will be the time for the community to provide feedback on that draft recommendation. And then we'll have additional opportunity in August. We'll have a public hearing, which we can hear feedback at that time. And then at the final meeting in August is when the board takes action on the budget. So there's still opportunity for the community to provide feedback on the budget.
Thank you. I just have always recognized that as a part of our process and was wondering why it had disappeared at that point in time. I imagine with the impact of COVID.
Yeah, because of our school closure, we weren't able to do the survey as we normally would do them, so.
Okay. I would just encourage that we really make sure there's something clear because that is a component that's vital.
Yeah.
We will do that.
Good.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other
questions?
questions?
Any other questions?
Okay.
All right, hearing none, we will go on.
So the next one, similarly, is the 6-year capital facilities plan. And this is something that comes to the board annually. And so Barbara had sent out just kind of a review of what is typically included. And so if you have any questions, we'd be happy to take those right now.
So, Barbara, it looks like we're revising down the student generation for single family and up for multifamily.
Yeah, and let me clarify, we are required to track developments and how many students are generated out of those developments, right. And so we're not, it's the actual information about how many students are generated out of those developments, and it's the average of, so we're not driving that down, it's just data is. And it is on the single family side, it is lower than it was last year, and on the multifamily side, it is higher. And we have one of the lowest lowest student generation rates for multifamily. So I'm not surprised that number is increasing on the multifamily side.
And are those single family and multifamily applied uniformly across all jurisdictions within the district, or are they city specific?
The student generation rate per the formula is district, so it's the average across the district. We do track it, of course, by area and city, but the formula itself is all of the district. And just back to the comment on the other reason, one of the other reasons the student generation went down on the single family was we had one of our large urban plan development, Redmond Ridge East, finally came off the list, and that encompassed a large portion of the homes on that list. So
Right. Okay.
that was part of it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So I know that pandemic will not be forever. I know that. But is anything going into the capital facilities plan right now about school looking different?
Not in this plan. And the other thing, what we did add to the plan is we have a facility advisory committee that is working on making recommendations for future facility needs. And because of the timing, we won't have those recommendations until next month. And we still need to get community input on that. We were, because of the school closure, we were going to have some community input sessions in May and June. That's going to be delayed until fall because of the school closure. So the capital facility plan from a project recommendation looks very similar than it did last year. And then we will incorporate any new recommendations from the facility advisory committee into the new plan. And yeah, so and at this time, so we'll see if they're, depending on what the committee recommends, that will work its way into the plan.
Thank you.
Anything else? Barbara?
And I just want to talk about the timeline. Our process, we are still in draft format for the capital facility plan. So we have to have it reviewed by legal counsel. And so there may still be changes between now and June 1st when it comes to the board. For example, our legal counsel has asked us to re-review and update some of the costs for the projects, and so we're going to be looking at that and determining if we need to make changes. So if we do make changes, we'll let the board know prior to the June 1st board meeting. Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Okay.
It does not look like it. All right, so then we have one last piece on facilities, and that is an update on the Juanita High School field house.
Yep, this is
All right,
a
great.
continuation.
And I now can share my screen, so let
Yay.
me do that for just a minute. And then all right. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. So at the last board meeting, we provided you information on how we were going to, some plans to update the field house, and the board asked some great questions, and I just wanted to follow up on those questions. So just a reminder, what we're talking about tonight is the yellow. This is a picture of the campus, the Juanita High School campus, and we're talking about the yellow building, the field house and pool building, which is next to the new academic building. And this is the top picture is a picture of the new academic building, and the bottom left picture is a picture of the field house. And so one of the things we talked to the board about at the last meeting was providing some exterior refurbishment to the field house because it needs a little refresh due to it needs some paint and some other refresh when you compare it to the old or the new building. And so we wanted to show you kind of the other option that we talked about is painting the field house is a $200,000 project, and that will just painting the field house. It will provide colors to match the new academic building. We also will replace wood cornices with new metal cornices. Those wood cornices are failing, and so we do need to do that. And then we'll provide exterior graphics and signage, and that work will be done this summer. The other option of adding the metal cladding was the $650,000 option, and that would partially clad the field house with metal siding to match the new academic building. And I just wanted to talk about some of the advantages and disadvantages of each project or each option. The painting will extend the life of the building through the needed life cycle painting. We haven't painted that building in a while, and it needs painting. The color scheme will match the new building, and the failing cornices will be replaced. The disadvantages of painting is of just painting, it will not match the architecture of the new academic building. If we do the metal cladding, the advantages
Barbara,
of the painting.
Let me just pause you just 1 second there. I just want to make it clear the field house is scheduled to be painted no matter what.
Yeah,
and so when Barbara refers to the life cycle painting, that's something that would be on schedule no matter what.
Yeah, we're going to do the painting as part of our capital levy projects, as we do many projects in the summer. And the advantage of doing the metal cladding, it would match the architecture, and it could be provided within the existing construction project budget. And though if we do that project, those funds, instead of, those funds could be used for other things if we don't spend it on metal cladding. So that was just the overview. We are going to move ahead with the painting this summer, as Dr. Salem said. We also there's other levy projects, that ongoing summer projects, and we did have a boiler that we're going to replace within the pool this summer, a failed boiler. So I just wanted to let you know there will be another levy project in the pool. So any questions?
And I want to add, we have would you back up the slides, Barbara, to the schematics there? Those look relatively similar. I don't think it will look as similar as we were looking at them this morning. It's a kind of a nice rendering, but it won't look as great as, maybe that picture makes it look. It will look better no matter what if we paint it. And so I think, we would take some direction from the board, knowing we have to paint it no matter what. The cornices need to be done no matter what. I don't know if you want to provide some feedback regarding metal cladding and just some feedback on that. One of the other questions was, are we throwing good money after bad, or some other things that would come up that would cause us to undo some of this? We know that the roof would need to be done at some point. And Barbara or Brian, you might speak to what doing the roof means to the building if there is the cladding put on versus if it is not. Can you clarify that just a little bit?
Yeah, I can clarify. So if we do a full roof replacement, the metal cladding and the metal cornice should not be impacted. So the two are exclusive of each other. So if we did the metal cladding on the side and we had to replace the roof, there would be no removal of that.
What I do think the board also needs to think about, and that we're thinking about as well, is if we don't go ahead with kind of the cladding version of this, that's still something that can be coupled with the rest of the story, so to speak, with what we do know has to still be done for that facility to be brought up to the level of functionality and aesthetic that we would want it to be. And so, I don't know that it would be all of us saying, no, we're not going to do that. It might be a not yet, and coupling it up with kind of that other phase that we discussed at the last meeting. If you would like to comment, why don't you raise a hand so that I can see them? Cassandra?
Chris was first, but I'll take it.
Oh, I can't see Chris yet. I have to scroll. Go ahead. Sorry, Chris.
So Juanita High School is my family's homeschool, and it is near and dear to my heart. I'm so glad that painting is going to occur. My question is, are there separate funds set aside for the pool boiler already?
Yeah, correct. As part of our life cycle replacement needs, when we have funds available to replace that boiler, yes.
So if we chose not to put the metal cladding on now, what would your best guess be on what we would do with those funds?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll let Barbara answer.
I think those funds would remain in the bond program, and then once all our bond projects are closed, we would make a determination for how those funds would be used.
So it won't necessarily come back to Juanita High School.
That depends on what we decide to do with the remaining funds. So it can,
typically,
it can be held aside for that.
It would typically be treated as bond savings and then roll into other projects. So you could earmark it, but I think what you're asking, if I hear you, is that if we don't do the cladding, does that save us more money that could have been used for the boiler? And the answer is there's already plans for that. So this is still money that's earmarked right now for Juanita, just like it would be for any of our projects. But when you come to that completion of the project and there are bond savings, then it rolls into monies that can be used for other projects. And then you'd have to decide if it was still going to be kind of, saved for the future of this facility. Does that clarify?
So that would be a discussion we would have at another point.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, Chris?
I figured out how to raise my hand. All right. So Cassandra, hopefully you'll be able to back me up on this, but the community up in Juanita, the field house is a big part of that community. There was an uproar when we even contemplated taking it down and replacing it with something else. And so even though it may not be beautiful for those of us who didn't grow up with it, the community doesn't give a hoot about what it looks like. They just want their field house to be functional and available, and it is. So from that perspective, if we've got, it's amazing to me that in the scope of our overall district budget, it's only $450,000, but that's one portable installed somewhere else that we are having a major problem with crowding. And to do anything that really could be described as non-structural with this extra money, I have a very hard time endorsing that. So I would much rather reserve the $450,000 for somewhere else that we are desperately in need of space.
I'm having a hard time with the amount of money as well. So I'm trying to figure out what other things need to be done.
Okay, Eric?
Hi. Yeah, what I'd asked about last time is I understand that there's a plan in place or maybe not a plan. There is a report. I don't know what the word is. I understand that we had some consultant, some outside group put together something related to the future of the field house. And I had asked if there was any sort of new in lieu done as part of that. Because what I'm wrestling with here is, and I know there's no decision, but if it looks like there's a good chance we retain this building in the future, then $450,000 more or $450,000 more now is palatable to me. If there's risk that we do it and then in a few years the plan is we're going to knock this thing down and rebuild it, then it's not palatable. So I know this is a difficult question because we don't know what we want to do with it. But what I'm wondering is, has somebody told us what the options are and what the best options would be?
We haven't done a full new in lieu study yet, so we haven't done that. We have had someone come in and study, what is the next steps for upgrading the interior. So we do have that information about upgrading the interior.
So I think the issue is at some point we know that needs to be done, and it may bear out something different than what we know right now, and it may not, but there's still that question mark that would exist. Mark? Sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I guess my last thing I want to say is it's kind of painful to me that to be opening up a new school with an eyesore of a building as part of it. I don't like it at all. But I also it's a real challenge that we're talking about at spending this amount of money on something that's just for aesthetics when we know that we have You know, when we know what our problems are with facilities, and I don't know. There's no real opinion here. I'm just sort of speaking out loud of what my thinking is, and it's tough. I don't.
Eric,
Yeah.
remember, beauty's in the eye of the beholder, and the people who
That's
have been
pretty
living
ugly.
in that building are very much in love with their field house.
Well, boy, I don't know. Okay, maybe. I don't know. It's pretty ugly on the outside right now. They may like the inside of it, the idea of having this field house as an asset for the community. I certainly do. But boy, it is. I mean, it is going to be. It's going to stick out on that campus.
Well, let's hear from Mr. Stewart, and then I'll make a few comments. Go ahead, Mark.
Well, as I was initially hearing the conversation, I had to go to a dictionary to find out what the hell cladding is. But besides that, and I heard Brian say earlier something about roofing as well. Brian, does the 650 include any roofing work at all?
No.
Okay.
The roofing, when the 2014 bond failed, we put a 5-year coat on the roof. And so we're already kind of past that 5 years. It's holding out for now, but a roof is in order soon.
Okay. We're talking within the next 5 years, I assume?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, also, Brian, the items on the far right, are we only talking aesthetics, or are some of the portions of it, because I wouldn't know a cornice from a cladding to save my soul. Is any of these items on the right-hand side, are they structural in the sense that it will protect any diminishing of the building itself? Would it protect it from from the elements? Is there anything that's preserved the building itself by having those items?
Yeah, so by replacing the wood cornice with a new metal cornice, that is essentially rebuilding that decorative piece around the top of the building.
And that's
so that
both.
would be
Because it's
considered
failing,
in.
right? That's required because those are
Yeah,
failing.
the wood there is failing.
Well, that's on the
so
left.
we need to
Right, but that's also on the left-hand side, so it's not
Right.
just unique to the right.
correct.
My point is, on the right-hand column of the painting and metal cladding, 650,000, are there any portions of that would ensure the building's physical integrity, if you will, to keep from having any damage, keep from having any deterioration of the building, to prevent the roof falling in on a kid, whatever? You see where I'm going?
Yeah, so no, I don't believe so. That the siding is aesthetic only, the metal siding.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure, because if there's a matter of safety, or it's a matter of if we don't do it now, we're going to have to spend it again 5 years from now, and it's going to cost twice as much. That's another thing. But if we're only talking pure aesthetics and not structural integrity, I'm not sure I'm inclined to just to make it look the same as the other building. And as far as I'm concerned, the Rebel graphics and so forth, I'll lay you odds that the students in the art department would love to have a chance at doing that themselves, and for a whole lot less than probably would have cost for an outside firm. Just knowing that the community, as I've seen it from the various graduations, I can't imagine the art department at that high school not wanting to be salivating, in fact, to be able to do the new graphics and signage.
Chris, your hand is up.
Yeah, so I just wanted to remind everyone that Juanita was our poor stepchild abused high school relative to the other facilities. It was the last one to be rebuilt, and it was the right thing to do. But it was also an outlier in that the question was, do you want to have a theater or do you want to have a field house? And they have the new theater, they have the field house, they have the pools, they've got resources that none of the other three comprehensive high schools have. That was always part of the conversation. And so it just, I again, feel like trying to make the field house pretty is a step too far. They got to keep their field house, and I think I'm very happy for them they got to keep their field house. But spending $450,000 to make it match the other building, I'm not excited about that.
Cassandra.
Can any of the $450,000 be used to upgrade the pool itself?
It would go back into any funds that would be available for future projects. So I think you could have that discussion the same way you would, kind of separate from this. So if I'm to summarize, what I think I'm hearing is that right now we have some uncertainties that may become more certain too after we see what kind of the outcome of our current situation is with the urgency factor around space. And that for right now, given the regular life cycle of that building and the paint that would be happening anyway, that goes to sort of unifying the campus, which is one of the considerations. And then at another point, you can have a more robust discussion about the entire facility, interior and exterior, and see at that time what the board wants to do or if it becomes part of a future measure. Would that be a correct summary?
I am happy to talk about this another time.
Mr. Stewart, your hand is up. And your microphone's muted.
I'm now unmuted, and God knows that's cause for concern. Brian, are there some physical aspects of either the field house or the building for the pool or the mechanics of it that are in desperate need of structural repair at this point, aside from the boiler that you already mentioned? But are there some things within either of those buildings that structurally we say if we don't do it now, it's going to cost us more later?
Well, I don't think I can say that if we don't do it now, it'll cause us problems later. There are many of the aspects of the field house and pool are beyond their useful life and are coming to an end. So the mechanical equipment that heats the building is beyond its useful life. The pool infrastructure, the mechanics associated with the pool are beyond their useful life. The piping infrastructure associated with the pool beyond their useful life. So there's a significant portion of the field house and pool that are well beyond the useful life. So at some point, yes, we're going to have to do something.
Okay.
And that's interior, not structural exterior.
Correct. The bones of the building, are cement. So to be able to have a building with 4 basketball courts next to it with a pool on the other side, that building lends itself well to that.
Okay. No, I just wanted to make sure that structurally we don't have a problem. And as far as mechanics go, I'm just trying to figure out in that difference of the $450,000 if there are some things that structurally need to be done to ensure the usefulness and to ensure the safety of either of the buildings. Because if there are, to me, that's more important than making them look the same. So that's my question really to you.
And I think those things, even if there were, just hypothetically, I think that's still a separate project discussion because it still wasn't in the initial scope of what this project was. And I think you could talk about that if there were some things, but I still feel like this kind of becomes a separate discussion if you're going to kind of couple this with other projects that may be, needed or relevant in the next however many years. And it's, I don't think there's, any level of, if I hear kind of what you're asking, Mark, I don't think there's any level of alarm right now because of, it's not crumbling in one corner, it's not a roof that's going to fall in on somebody. I think it's just known, like Brian said, it's an old building and there are some things that need to be done for usefulness as well as for the upkeep that, if it's not going away, which we know it's not, then there'll have to be some investments made. The primary purpose of this investment was the high school itself and wasn't focused on the field house. But the reality of it is now that we have that high school sitting there, If we do the life cycle painting, that's one step in the right direction. But anything else, I think it sounds like we would rather kind of push forward with other possibilities. Siri, you have your hand up.
Well,
I do. And what I would ask is, so based on a lot of this, we just this evening passed on the consent agenda the operational expectations for facilities, which sort of outlines the values that the board put out in regards to how we address our facilities. And so in thinking about that, I think that's a place where this discussion sort of lies as to how that lays into those values. And so I think that's a piece important to actually review that and think about that a little bit. One of the big ones of 12.3 is assure that facilities are safe, clean, and properly maintained. So I think that's what you're hearing tonight from this discussion, is really looking towards those pieces. Another component of that, of course, is trying to do it within the fiscal piece of it. That's the other component that's there. So I think there is actually guidance already within our values and our operational expectations. And so I would suggest that we wrap up this conversation as it's there.
We've got two more hands, and I know they'll be quick. Eric?
Yeah. Earlier, Dr. Statham, you summarized what you thought you'd heard from the board and asked if that was accurate. I think it was, and I just wanted to let you know that.
Thank you.
The one thing you didn't mention was that I don't like. I agree that that's how I feel. I still do not like that we're going to have this eyesore, but I think I think the right choice is just to stick with the painting at this point.
You know, decisions were made at the point of doing the high school, and there were, points of give and take like there are with any projects that we do in a school district. There's some things that you wish you could do, but at the time, you do what you can. And so when you reach another decision point, then we make that point, and the state that this district is in with growth, we all know there are still uncertainties, and now there are added layers to that uncertainty. And so I think it's very prudent if we say not yet, but maybe coupled up after we know more, and that's the way we make good decisions. And so I think that's fine. Mark, you had a quick comment?
That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric.
I was having kind of very tail into my other comment. My question is, I remember going back a few years, tiles on the roof are falling into the pool. That's no longer a problem, is it, Brian?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. It goes back a few years, and I was hoping that had been remedied, but I didn't know if that was something that was had only been piecemeal fixed, or if it was something that structurally needed to be addressed overall.
Yep.
Yeah, I can check on the pool side. I know on the field house gymnasium side, all the ceiling panels were removed, and we put new acoustic treatments in there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your feedback on that. We appreciate it. So with that, Siri, would you like to move us on? Or
Absolutely.
I can too.
So our next item is for the adoption of Resolution 2290, Emergency Waiver of School Days and Instructional Hours. So I will go ahead. This has a bit more explanation behind it. So Dr. Statham, please go ahead.
Yep. And shortly I'll turn this over to Mike Van Orden. And Mike, hopefully you can share your screen now, okay? This is kind of encompasses two things. So Mike is going to provide an overview of what's called our continuous learning plan, which is basically all of the information you've seen us put forward already about grading, about remote learning, and we've just had to formalize that to submit that to the state as part of the whole waiver process. And the resolution captures that, as well as the entire state's need to have a waiver because of lost days and lost instructional hours. And so the resolution captures those two things. So I'm going to have Mike just briefly talk with you about the learning plan. Then you have the motion to actually pass the resolution, which is what your motion will be related to. So Mike, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. So, as Dr. Statham mentioned, this is a requirement as part of the resolution. I want to be really clear as well. This is the learning plan that addresses our approach since the closure through the end of this year. It does not specifically address remote learning or hybrid learning or in-person learning for the following school year. Though there will be things that we learned from our approach this year, we will be developing a new plan for the coming year as well as for summer school, and Matt Gillingham will be sharing more about that later. So there were 5 specific elements that OSPI has asked us to provide as a result of our learning plan, and so that's a part of the board packet. I'll just point those out to you. One is our weekly schedule of staff and student engagement. So we have that broken out by elementary and secondary. As you remember, we have schedules for elementary students by grade level, which provides guidance on daily and weekly minutes and hours by subject area. And then at the secondary level, we have by period. So we have samples of those schedules as well as our school calendar. So OSPI has asked us to include that so they have a sense of how long and how many days were included in remote learning. Another area that we were asked to include is what was the process we used to determine what content would be taught between the closure date and the end of the school year. As you know, we didn't have as much time, and remote learning is very different, and so the guidance that we were given was to narrow the focus and to identify what are called essential standards or essential learning. So at the elementary level, we had a task force that put that together. At the secondary level, we gave guidance to our teachers because there are so many content areas for how to identify standards that were the most important to be taught between the closure date and the end of the school year. In addition, there was a request to put in information about how we're collecting data around student engagement, formerly known as attendance. We're calling it connection now. And so as you recall, we are asking our teachers each week to enter information about whether or not they've had any contact at all with a student. And we are in fact using that information currently to do planning for things like making contact with family, reaching out to students who might need some additional support. We'll also be using it for students who are not earning a high enough grade to get a complete or a passing grade for the class, and developing some strategies to reach out with them. Finally, there's the last couple were what's our grading system, and so we put our process in for grading and ways in which we're assigning grades and how we're assigning incompletes. And then finally, the educational engagement, it's been planned by staff. And so again, for that, we put in information around elementary content that was required, and then secondary content that was required. Guidelines we've given teachers for how to deliver that, ways in which they can deliver it, the learning platforms they can use, ways in which they can contact students and families. So that all is included in the report. And then the other thing just to mention briefly is there's quite a bit that lives underneath the information that we shared in this report. There's, for example, at the elementary level, quite a bit of the content and guidance that we provided to teachers that lives in our digital platform. So we have an entire OneNote that was created by our task force to provide our elementary teachers with instructions, what to teach, how do you use the information, how do you deliver the instruction. So again, this is a reporting requirement for OSPI, and as I mentioned before, it really is specifically speaking to our current state and not as much to our future state.
Questions from anybody? Okay, Siri, you want to move ahead with the motion?
All right, so with that, I'll entertain a motion for the board to approve resolution number 2290, emergency waiver of school days and instructional hours, and authorize the superintendent to submit resolution number 2290 to OSPI as specified.
Move approval.
Second.
Been moved by Director Carlson and seconded by Director Liberty to approve the resolution number 2290. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor, please signify by voting aye.
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 Anyone opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much for all your work in getting together that continuous learning plan. That was a lot of work. Done a very good job of sort of keeping everything up to date, having that accessible to our community and being able to do so. So thank you. With that, we will now move to the update on district textbook adoption on English language arts.
Yes, regular business continues. So this is a quick update just to kind of let you know where we are with the ELA adoption. And so I'll turn it over to Mike and Jen Rose.
And I'm sorry, I'm working on sharing my screen a little more effectively. It's been really exciting to be able to move ahead with this adoption. It's been a 2-year process, and we followed the Lake Washington adoption process for all the pieces of it. We ended up deciding last year that we wanted to combine the middle school and the high school because it's the same learning around the same set of standards, and wanted to really reinforce that we are vertically aligning and have the schools, when we adopt the curriculum, have much more alignment and support for students in there. So I'll take you through where we are. Some of our plans were interrupted, of course, by what's happened this spring. But the first thing that we did was our adoption processes are usually a 2-year process, and we start with a large adoption committee. We go through the first year of work that's very focused on learning, and then the second year of work that's much more hands-on and focused on getting to a decision point. And then I'll share the rest of the work for this year and then our thinking for next year. So for a 2-year adoption process, the first year we really deeply dive into looking at standards and looking at what current effective practice is in English language arts. We also spent quite a bit of time thinking about equitable access and different types of materials, different ways of learning that would be good for our students. Then we start to work on taking our district rubrics and adapting them with that current learning around English language arts, and then concurrently communicate with staff and parents and with teachers about that. In the spring of the first year of the adoption process, we really refined the curricula evaluation rubrics, and we worked with OSPI quite a bit this last year to be able to do that. Our overall plan for this year was to go through an in-depth review of materials in the fall using those rubrics, to again continue with teachers and staff and parents and students about this. We had a great opportunity in the first year and in the second year to really engage student voice. So as we were looking at the rubrics and as we were looking at indicators for effective curriculum, we did surveys. We had several hundred responses last year, and this year we ended up getting over 500 responses from students in terms of their thoughts about effective curriculum and during the pilot. Then in the winter of a typical year, we pilot the instructional materials, usually January, February, March, and then our plan generally is to adopt, make a recommendation to the board through the IMC process. So our adoption committee in year 1, we had teachers, administrators, community members, parents, and specialists. We really worked to make sure we had teachers from all different kinds of ELA courses and from each attendance area, high school and middle school as well. We also had special education and EL teachers and specialists on our committee, as well as from tech integration on the committee as well to evaluate curriculum. So for the first year, like I said, we really came together and learned about the overall scope of the adoption process, and we spent a bunch of time working with OSPI and with Era Jackson and Barbara Sitz, looking at open educational resources and at different rubrics that are used on the national level and through OSPI for effective curriculum. We engaged in research and did a lot of learning and reading around equity and instructional resources, and then again revised our rubrics based on the learning that we did to focus on English language arts. Our planned timeline for this year was, as you can see here, was to get samples in August, be able to evaluate the curriculum in September and October. And it's a very intensive process. Each curriculum is evaluated deeply by a group using our district rubrics and scored so that we're able to compare and like ways across the curriculum. We had a parent information night and have curriculum available for about 2 months this year for the public to be able to review in the curriculum library or outside the curriculum library, as well as online. Then in our fall process, once we narrow down using the rubrics, we evaluate materials to pilot. We pilot for about 2 months and then send it to IMC and then a recommendation to the school board. When we're reviewing materials, we look for some key parts. We look for, of course, that it's aligned to the Common Core state standards. We deeply look at, does it have students, resources for instructing all students and supports for teachers to differentiate in every way possible. So looking for students requiring intervention and support as well as enrichment. In 2020, we absolutely are looking at the quality of the digital resources and making sure that the materials are updated and available by June 2020. Other pieces of information that we look at are what are other districts using, what are other recommendations from OSPI, Puget Sound DSD, from Ed Reports, which is a nonprofit site that evaluates curriculum to make sure alignment to standards and organization. And then through that, we identified 14 different curricula. One other piece that we did with this adoption, as we did with science last year, was look for guidance from department directors to ensure that we had our feet really grounded in thinking about all students. So intervention services, special services, highly capable services, equity, access, and opportunity. Those directors all came and worked with our committee to help us really understand the indicators that we would look for curriculum that posed no barriers and allowed deepest access for all students. In addition, our standard district rubrics are for standards alignment, effective practice, assessment, digital resources, and organization and design. As I said, each curriculum was evaluated and scored on the rubric, and the rubric scores and additional information, again, thinking about the information from the directors, led us to determine materials to pilot. And at the middle school, we determined through that process that we wanted to pilot Amplify English Language Arts and Expeditionary Learning, which is an open educational resource. At the high school, we were piloting, we decided to pilot My Perspectives, which was a Pearson product, and Engage New York, which was again an open educational resource. So as we went through the pilot process, the adoption members and additional teachers used materials in the classrooms, and our process is that the teachers who are piloting pilot both curriculums so that we're able to really compare them closely to each other. We looked for additional information. Like I said, we had hundreds and hundreds of comments from students that were just wonderful to have as part of the pilot process. Parent and community feedback and teacher feedback. We kept the community up to date through articles in Connections over last year and this year. We, in January, updated the links in Connections to have, so all community members and parents could have access to the materials using the link and a link to a survey as well. All parents of who had students in the classrooms from pilot teachers got a letter at the beginning of the pilot with information about the pilot and ways that they could access the resources. We had the materials on display for almost 2 months, and we had a parent and community information night in February. What then happens in the process is the committee, after piloting, looks at the rubric evaluation scores, feedback from pilot teachers, every piece of information that we can find to inform a final recommendation. And then typically the recommendation is forwarded to the IMC committee, and once it's approved there, it goes to the board. So this year, in the timing, as you can see, the school brick and mortar closure hit us at kind of a critical time. We were just starting to pilot at middle school. They started piloting the second curriculum at the end of February. High school was a little bit behind, and they were planning to pilot the first week in March for their materials. So that got a little upended. We also had, in terms of figuring out the ability to meet and move along, of course, in April, we were adjusting our plans and thinking what things could look like, so that upset the overall timing of the pilot. In middle school, the closure of brick and mortar actually didn't interrupt the pilot that much. Because of the timing for their pilot, they were able to pilot in person and brick and mortar for several weeks, and then felt very confident about their ability to pilot in a remote learning environment. So they were able to pilot before and after, which was a great test. They had high levels of student engagement in remote learning, and our timeline was minimally adjusted. We had hoped to be able to come with a recommendation the first week in April to IMC, but we were not able to do that in April. But the committee continued to meet and talk through the pilot, and on 5/13, they unanimously voted to recommend Amplify ELA. So that is on its way to IMC, and will follow the next steps for adoption. At high school, they had a bit more of a challenge. They had finished the pilot of Engage New York at the end of February, and were planning on starting that pilot the 1st of March. It was difficult for them to actually get going. There were some technical difficulties that took a little time to get worked out, so they weren't able to pilot as long in person. They also had more challenges with their students in terms of feeling confident about the pilot. So the challenges in remote learning impacted the fidelity of the pilot from My Perspectives. So the committee has continued to meet and decided to pause the pilot until we can actually meet with the students and pilot with more fidelity. So our plan is to pause the high school adoption, to restart in the fall with the pilot, with a recommendation planned for December 2020. So for middle school, we're going to continue to meet as we would with any adoption. The adoption committee, pilot teachers, and our curriculum specialists will plan for curriculum implementation in the 2020-21 school year. And as always, it'll be a scaffolded implementation where we'll work with teams of teachers over the summer and with Amplify pending board approval, so that we can have a very strong implementation plan going into next year. We also will follow our practice of collaborating with multiple departments to make sure that it's a coordinated, coherent implementation, so that special education, EL and intervention services, and our professional learning department are included in that work. For high school, we will pick up our pilot in the fall, and again, we'll plan for that same sort of scaffolded implementation in winter 2021, knowing that a mid-year implementation is unusual for us, but given that many things are unusual, we'll work our way through. Questions, comments, thoughts?
Dr. Rowe, go ahead, Chris.
That's okay. I just wanted to say thank you. I'm intrigued. This is the first time I can recall seeing an open education resource as a contender in our finalists. So can you tell us more about these OERs?
It was just what I was going to ask. Good job.
Oh.
Great. So both Expeditionary Learning and Engage New York are both essentially out of Engage New York. That is a really hefty curriculum, and when we put it to the test of our rubrics, it was one of the top contenders on there. One of the things that we talked about as a committee was that we have a very strong interest in having a solid, guaranteed and viable core curriculum, but we also want it to be something that we're able to continue with professional learning for our teachers and be able to make it be dynamic. That was something that was really important to us. The last adoption in ELA was in 2006, and we adopted textbooks that haven't changed their content since 2006. So Amplify we really liked because, as well as my perspectives, because it's a dynamic curriculum, like the K-5 science curriculum that we adopted last year. As the company updates their materials, we get new materials. So in 2025, we'll have materials from 2025. That was an interest we had in Engage New York as well. Engage New York is continually being updated, and it's something that we felt that as an adoption committee and as an ongoing advisory group, which is what the advisory team will turn into, we could make sure that the curriculum continues to be dynamic and has current materials in it, so it's more engaging and more relevant for all students.
OER has come a long way, Open Ed resources, and one of the early complaints about them was the inability to make sure that they were kept up and maintained, if you will, so that when you went to them, links that have maybe been placed in something were still live, and that it stayed viable over time. And so that's really come along. And the other part of it is, because there's that constant update, when you do a textbook adoption, you can go through, you can review the material, you know what the content is because it stays as a fixed product. The good and the bad of those updates is it's also a little trickier to monitor that change of content. So they've gotten better about being specific about what that is, instead of just kind of randomly a lesson or a unit appearing that maybe you didn't have the chance to vet like you would, and maybe either there's misalignment with standards, or it would be determined, that maybe it fell outside of the scope of how you choose to teach a specific subject. Let's just say health, for instance, and something gets slid in and you don't see it coming, a teacher grabs it, teaches it, and it's something that we haven't technically put our stamp of approval on. So those are things that you look for when you're looking at OER resources, but at the same time, there's typically a cost savings associated with it, and there's that online accessibility that we're looking for teachers to be able to get digital content and incorporate it onto digital platforms. So there's some real advantages with that too.
Yeah, and there's also, that was a lot of the work that we did with OSPI. They actually have their English language arts person and their open educational resources person work hand in hand, because there are such strong resources out there for open educational resources for ELA. So that was some of the work we did with them, was looking at what are the indicators of quality curriculum that is open educational resources. And we looked to a couple different districts around us that have adopted Engage New York. Specifically, Federal Way has done a fantastic job in taking this core resource and being able to have it be further developed by their staff, by someone in my department, so that it's a holistic resource that really is able to have lots of resources embedded in it for teachers and for students. One of the aspects we talked about, there are technically cost savings with open educational resources, but there's also expenditure in thinking about making it be dynamic and relevant and continue to be standards aligned and continue to have professional learning in it. And that was really, really something that the committee was interested in, that in order to keep that practice current and relevant for our teachers, that was something we're really interested in, and OER answered that.
So is there a body responsible for maintaining it? I mean, is this like Linux? Or I'm just trying to wrap my head around how this works. Because if it's being developed for New York standards, does that mean that we're going to constantly have to fight back to make it fit ours, et cetera?
Right. It's Common Core state standards. So it's
teaching Common Core. Mm-hmm. But who's responsible for it? Who owns it, so to speak? I mean,
so it's a nonprofit that has multiple groups. Like I'll have to look up the exact groups because I don't have my fingertips. But it's something that's where lots of nonprofits are putting their money right now, is developing quality open educational resources, because that's really clearly something that is lacking for many districts. That there's not that quality in there. So that's something
it's sort of a Mozilla system where many groups have allied with common outcomes intended.
Mm-hmm. With quality control, it's not like it's not a Wikipedia where there's just lots of stuff thrown in there.
Yeah. That's
it's
your Wikipedia versus Netscape.
So
okay, I see the talking stick.
You never took the talking stick.
Sorry, Jen, I just have a question. And you had mentioned that with Amplify, that it piloted well in the digital, in a remote on-learning environment. Mm-hmm. What aspects about it made that true, and how did you come to that conclusion?
It has, first of all, the kids thought that the materials themselves were really engaging. They're updated, they're easy to access. They got instant feedback, so if they did a quiz on anything, it was like instantly back to them with how they did and next readings or next resources for their learning. They felt like the lessons themselves were created ways that they could communicate with the teacher easily, and that they could see the relevance in the lessons. They felt like when it was interesting, when we spent a bunch of time with seniors a year and a half ago asking them about their journey to 6 through 12 English language arts, some of the students said, it feels like we've been writing the same literary analysis essay for 7 years. And Amplify doesn't do that. Amplify is much more like brings together, and actually Engage New York does this as well, has relevant topics that are, I don't know how many teachers chose to do this, but there was a unit that was talking about pandemics and plagues, and it was looking at the different literature and the nonfiction and the fiction that go around that. So the students really liked that it wasn't all literature, and they really liked the interactive nature of the platform.
How apropos.
That's great. This seems like things to be thinking about as we look at this world we're currently in, of how do we make that more engaging with the curriculums that we have. So that's exciting.
Absolutely.
Okay, with that, I am mindful of our time. If there's no other questions, there'll be more to come, but otherwise I'm going to wrap that portion up. Thank you, Dr. Rose. Appreciate the update.
Thank you.
All right, so yes, thank you. So next on our agenda, as we move through some of the remote learning, there was one component we hadn't had the opportunity to discuss much, and that was preschool and transitions. So I believe we do have an update on that this evening. So I will pass that off. Dr. Stiebel.
Yep, and this is, I think, I've been picturing this all week as our bookends. We covered the K-12, and now we're putting the early childhood bookend on and the transition age group on. And so I don't know which of you wants to go first. We have Stacy McGrath and Kim Brenner and Shannon Hitch and Paul Vine. It looks like the whole team is geared up. So I'll turn it over to whomever is going to start us off. Hopefully you know.
Yeah, I'll start because it starts with preschool.
All right.
So I'm happy to share my screen and invite you into the world of preschool here. So I'm hopeful that's working.
Got
We can
it.
see that. Thank you.
All right, excellent, good. Well, thanks for the opportunity to present how we're supporting our youngest Lake Washington School District students during this closure. As Dr. Stavum said, my name is Kim Brenner, and I am the Associate Director of Early Learning, newly appointed in July. So our first, when we originally started with the closure, the thing about preschool is that we don't utilize online platforms like PowerSchool, Lexia, Dreambox. None of those programs are anything that are utilized by preschool. So we originally started by creating OneNotes for all of our teams. We have 7 preschool sites across the district, and teams worked really hard to create OneNotes that were sort of mirrored with what the elementary schools were providing, but obviously relevant to preschool. As the district moved into teams, we very much wanted to be a part of what families were able to receive through teams in a K-12 system that at preschool as well. So we reached out to our technology department to figure out, given that we had to make sure all of our preschool students had access to this online resource. And so when our kids are enrolled, they don't typically have a need to have an Office 365 account or a student email address because they're 3, and we don't utilize those things. But in this new world, we had to work really quickly and really closely with our tech department to get that set up for all of our preschool families. So we were able to do that. Over 475 Office 365 accounts were created for all of our preschool students. And then because they had those accounts, they were then able to check out district devices to any preschool students who otherwise would not have had any access to technology. So we had over 50 district devices that were checked out to preschool families once we got that set up. And then as a result of that, our preschool staff created 20. So we had a big conversation about setting up one classroom team across the district or individual sites doing their own, and they all felt very much like they wanted to personalize it for their classroom, the same way that our elementary teachers are personalizing their Microsoft Classroom teams for their classroom. So we had 20 classroom teams and created, and the OneNotes that they were previously working on, they embedded within that Microsoft team, so that work wasn't lost for them. So that was our big initial haul for getting access to remote learning for our preschool students. The next piece that we had to tackle was around special education services. So as you may or may not know, our preschool is to help serve our students as they turn 3 who have previously been receiving birth to 3 services through birth to 3 providers, typically Kindering in our area. Once they are turning 3, they come to our system, and we evaluate them to determine if there's a need for continued special education services in our preschool. So OSPI's guidance was that all evaluation timelines and services to our special education students were expected to continue during this time. So our preschool evaluation team began reaching out to families to conduct remote evaluations, both for the students coming from our birth to 3 providers, but as well as those who come through our child find screening process. So that would be any family who has concerns about their child's development or is referred from their private preschool or from their doctor or just their own concerns. So we had to kind of come up with a plan for both of those systems. So our team looked at our evaluation tools to see if what we had was going to allow for really accurate and efficient remote evaluations. And we discovered that we didn't really have a great system or a great tool to help us get a good standardized score remotely. So we requested and received access to a new evaluation tool that gave our evaluation team the ability to get standardized scores from an evaluation that does not require in-person assessments. That the in-person assessments often require lots of manipulatives, lots of hands-on tasks. That's obviously very difficult to recreate in a remote setting. So now with our new evaluation tool that is the DAISY, we have the ability to perform these evaluations remotely in a more standardized and efficient way for our team. So you can see we had, there's some data on the screen indicating that we have 42 transition meetings were completed, 31 birth to 3 evaluations were completed, 22 of those students continue to qualify for services through our system. We have 54 birth to 3 evaluations to go for the remainder of the year, and we have 8 child find screenings in process. And then the other piece of this for our special education students who are currently enrolled, teachers have been reaching out to them individually to create a specially designed instruction continuous learning plan for their students during this time. Some of our families are continuing to still access private therapies that are still running and feel that that's sufficient at this time. But as you can see, the vast majority of our preschool families are accessing specially designed instruction remotely from our staff. So as you can imagine, remote instruction of any kind, but especially specially designed instruction for 3- and 4-year-olds looks very different than it might for other students. For us, the focus has been primarily on parent coaching and support. So really talking with families about what's happening at home, where do you need some support, where could you use some services from us, and how can we help with that. So in addition to regular meetings between parents and the special education team to discuss students' goals and progress, we have our SNAPS team. SNAPS is our extended day program for our families with students with autism. They have been creating narrated parent coaching videos that are focused on the skills most needed by our families at home. And these are able to be accessed by all of our preschool families, not just our families that are receiving SNAP services. So that's just a screenshot of one of the videos and a list of the different subject matters that our team is creating some parent coaching videos around. And those are available, like I said, they're recorded and they're public on all of our classroom team sites and available for all of our families. The use of visuals at home is another way we are working to provide specially designed instruction to families during this time. We're creating individualized visuals for families depending on the student needs that they have. So if they need a picture schedule to help them with their tasks at home, if they need just visual cues for doing any of the adaptive things that families are trying to help their children work on at home. This has been the primary work of many of our paraeducators during this time, is developing the visuals that families are telling their teachers that they really could use to provide additional support at home. For those families with printers, we're emailing those visuals or providing them through our OneNote and classroom team sites. But for those who do not have printer access, we do have pickup options for these visuals at our different preschool sites. And then our remote learning, which is geared towards all of our students in our preschool, consists of recorded videos and activities that are really modeled after what's a typical day in preschool. So preschool teams are recording and posting their opening circle time and story time, then providing parents with a corresponding learning activity they can do with their child at home, an outdoor motor activity idea, and then recording and posting a closing circle time for each day of preschool. So this top picture is one of my preschool teams at Sandburg Elementary. They are singing a song that they would normally sing during their circle time. So that's recorded and on their classroom team site. The students could go and access that as many times as they want until their parents cut that song off from the house, because some of these songs are can get stuck in your ear a little bit. And then below that is just a sample of an activity that would be available through their Teams or their OneNote. This particular one says, look at the pictures below and find the animal that does not have a pattern. So that opening circle that day might have had a song about patterns or might have had some instruction about patterns. And then there's corresponding activities available for the families to reinforce those skills. And then the daily learning activities, like I just said, are connected to the team's chosen weekly theme, are easily replicated by families at home. That was something that was really important to us as a preschool team as we were doing our initial planning, something that would involve materials that would be very readily available to most families at home. And then are differentiated for different stages of development. So I'm not sure how clear your picture is, but up here it says this is how you can do this activity if you have an early stage learner, so maybe a 3-year-old, a mid-stage learner, so maybe that's a 4-year-old, and then a later stage, this might be the student that's going to be entering kindergarten in the fall. So activities that are really differentiated so the parent doesn't have to figure out, how do I make this something that's doable for my child? And then, of course, making sure that all of our activities and learning are aligned with our preschool adopted curriculum, which is called Creative Curriculum. And then it's no doubt that our students are missing connecting with their teachers and their classmates. So our favorite thing about having access to Microsoft Teams for our preschoolers is the ability to do live weekly meetings and check-ins. So this is a screenshot. It's very hard to get a screenshot that makes everybody look their very best. I tried many times, but inevitably somebody always has their eyes closed or is in a less than flattering position. But this is an example of one class that was singing their welcome song with their kids and had the names of their students. But in the past several weeks, I have sat in on live show and tells where students are showing their favorite toy, live sing-along, live dress-up meetings, and tomorrow I'm actually hopping onto a live class dance party. So the joy on our students' faces when they get to fully interact with their classmates, teachers, and therapists is just very, very heartwarming. And these check-ins are often the best part of my day, and I know they are for our teachers as well. Thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to highlight the innovative and engaging work being done by the preschool staff. Although we would prefer to be in school together, and this is 2 of my preschool teams sending a message to their students, I know that we would always, all of us would prefer to be in school and be together, but I have been very inspired by the work that the preschool staff is doing and the outside of the box thinking that they're doing to make sure that our youngest students are continuing to learn and continuing to stay engaged during this closure.
Thank you, Kim. This was certainly a good year to have a new director of early childhood join our staff because this is a huge area of oversight, as you can see, and a lot going on even in a remote setting with our preschoolers. And I'm amazed at those shared pictures, I have to say, because if you think about how difficult it is to have a 3-year-old attend to what you are saying and doing in live circumstances, when you are trying all of your mental and physical gymnastics to keep them interested, how much harder would that be when they are on a screen? So kudos to you and the preschool teachers. We appreciate that deeply.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to move us along to transition. Not sure who's taken the lead there.
I'm going to do that, and I'm going to try to share my screen as well here. Okay, hopefully everyone's going to see that?
It's there. Thank you.
Okay, awesome. Good evening. I'm Stacy McCrath. I'm the Associate Director of Special Services Secondary, and I serve the Eastlake and Redmond learning communities, and have the pleasure of supervising the Redmond Transition Academy. And Paul Vine, my colleague, is here. He does the same thing I do for the Juanita and Lake Washington learning communities, and has supervision of the Kirkland Transition Academy. So we are going to provide some information about what our 18 to 21-year-old young adults have been doing during remote learning. Right away when school closed down, our teams at both sites, Transition Academy Redmond and Kirkland, did a lot of collaboration on pushing out some learning activities, making contacts with student and families. We have slightly different populations. Redmond is a little larger, and students are on track to go out and get paid employment and live a little bit more independently, whereas Kirkland students need a little more support and are doing a lot more in volunteering in jobs, although we have, I will talk about our school to work partnerships later on in the presentation. So each week we are sending out weekly plans via email to our families. At Transition Academy Redmond, about 91% of our students are actively participating in their program with a minimum of 1 reciprocal contact per week. But I would say roughly half the students are making contact daily, and another quarter of those are making contact multiple times a week. We do have some of our students, 4 students who are currently receiving ongoing additional one-to-one instruction and support from both paraeducators and their teachers throughout the week. Kirkland, 9 of their 15 students are actively participating in remote learning. 2 families had determined that they didn't want daily or weekly support, but do check in with staff as needed. 1 family declined services, and there are several of our families that are very overwhelmed with accessing services, but work with the Transition Academy staff to help provide supports and problem solving for things going on at home. One of the highlights, as Kim shared in her preschool, and we are equally as excited and proud of the video sessions that our students are engaging in. At Transition Academy Redmond, we try to create group work that mirrored what we do when school is in session. So oftentimes we are in small groups out in the community at job sites, doing work-related jobs at our partners, our business partners in our community. And then we also do leisure groups, activities that are social skills groups, or doing things like bowling when we're out in the community. So we tried as best we could to take some of that into our video sessions. So each Tuesday and Thursday, we have 4 groups that meet, and from anywhere from 4 to 8 students. In this picture here, we have students. We have our speech and language pathologist, some of our paras, and the teachers leading this team. We also have continued to do our daily morning meeting, and we have 7 regular attenders to that. I would say 70% or more of our students in Redmond are participating at least in 1 or more video offering. It's great to see the kids. They really enjoy sharing updates about how they're doing and in this different condition and the changing environment. They're sharing recipes. They're giving recommendations on books they're reading, on movies they're watching. Then they're having the opportunity to play games in real time with each other and work on their social skills. And as said before, paraeducators are actively involved, and our SLPs pop into sessions to help support that their work as well. One of the really fun things that has come from going to this remote learning, right away when school closed down in March, our teachers from both academies kind of brainstormed and came up with a really fun activity to send out to families, which is kind of a checklist where students and families can track points or on activities that they're doing during the week. So they're researching information that is pertinent to their jobs, their potential desired jobs or leisure activity. They're looking up what bus routes they need to take on that. They're tracking their chores, and you can see in the top corner someone actually did an artistic representation of the chores he was doing. They're cooking and sharing meals, as you can see. On our picture on the right, this young man had baked a wonderful loaf of bread, which is cut off a little bit in the picture. But the students have really enjoyed sharing the things that they're doing. We have one of our students at Transition Academy Redmond actually create a YouTube channel where he researches and does little topics, chats for his cousins that are in different parts of the country so that it can help them with their learning. But it's been really exciting to see the creativity that the students have come up with. One of our partnerships that we value and we celebrate every year is our partnership with the ARC of King County. For the past several years, they have been running a 6-week group at our Transition Academy Redmond on healthy relationships, teaching young adults about healthy relationships, as they transition into the adult world. Since this started a week before school closure, ARC of King County quickly went online and has been privately providing this continued series to our students on Wednesdays. And I would say over half of our students are joining and participating each week. We are also very excited with our continued partnership with King County School to Work. Transition Academy Redmond has a partnership with ProVail, and ProVail this year served 10 of our students and have worked with them on job coaching and development, arranging and helping them with getting secured employment, paid employment when they graduate. And they have screened and processed and ready to go 14 students for next school year, 2021. Some of our graduates had been hired at our local business community partners, Fred Meyer, Safeway, Trader Joe's, Microsoft Campus, Chuck E. Cheese. While many are on a hiatus during the social distancing and stay-at-home orders, many of our students that have worked in grocery stores are still continuing to work during this time. And our provider from ProVail, Sarah, is continuing to work with our students on embedded employment skills and video chats to practice interviews, mock interviews to prepare for that time when they would be interviewing when things open back up. At Transition Academy Kirkland, we are partnered with Northwest Center, who is embedded into the program. They worked with 14 students this school year and plan to work with 16 students for next year. 2 of the graduates are in paid employment, and 12 of our students are placed in volunteer work sites. And the students, again, that are in those grocery store placements are still continuing to work. And I will echo what Kim had said about the preschool kids. Paul and I have been just hugely impressed with the hard work that our teams have done very quickly to reach out and support and keep our students engaged. And we miss them, and we are excited at the time that we can see them again. But we're very encouraged by the high level of participation that we've seen in remote learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Stacy. Any additional comments from Shannon or Paul?
I would just echo what everyone has been saying. The young adults are so engaged when they have the opportunity to actually connect with their teachers. It's really making a difference. And our speech language pathologist is working on having some new opportunities for the kids to connect and have kind of a lunch bunch that connects and chats to work on some of their communication pieces, and just also keeping those connections with each other as young adults in a program that's really spent a lot of time together this year, and it's fun for them to really reconnect. Because as many of you on the board know, when we have our academy graduations, we always have a large number of alumni that come back every year because they had such a good experience in our district and have made really lifelong friends within the academy. So.
Cassandra, you have your hand up?
Yes, this is more of a question for Jane or John. I'm hearing echo. Is it okay?
Yep, if everybody
Okay.
else would mute, I think we'll be okay.
Okay. This is a question for how we could, at a later date, discuss how some of these wonderful facets of the special preschool and also the transition academies might relate to middle schools and high schools. Some of the group videos, some of the different activities, if transition room students I'm not sure what the elementary program does right now, but middle and high school could actually participate in something similar, would be fantastic.
I'm guessing there probably are some similar things happening. I don't know that we could say that it's in every resource classroom or in every situation, but I know that there are many groups convening online. So I think as people are figuring it out, there's more of that and sharing best practices. But I know just from seeing some of the things by building that that's starting to happen. So I wouldn't want to portray that it's not at any of those other levels. I don't know if any of our staff members have anything to add to that, of something they're aware of specifically.
It's comparable to the program and services that are happening with general education, where you have some teachers that are pushing out learning via video or with materials, and you have some teachers that are engaging in class meetings and in small group work. The same with special education. So we have some of our teachers that are actively engaging in student groups and in one-to-one sessions with students, and some teachers that are pushing out learning and then checking in as kids progress. So it's really more teacher dependent than it is program dependent.
So we are not experiencing the thing that I think sounds so cool, which is some of those small group videos. We can discuss at a later date, but I think Kim and Stacy, all of you have done a fantastic job with what you presented tonight. Thank you.
The only other thing I would add is that Shannon has also been setting up some team channels for our secondary resource and transition teachers, and I know some of the work that we're trying to do is making sure our high school transition teachers are connecting with our transition academies and sharing both the successes and some of the struggles families are having, so we can try to problem solve together. So I think that's kind of our next phase right now, is really trying to figure out the families that we're having a hard time reaching. Are there other creative ways to actually support them in this really challenging time? So.
And I did really appreciate that parents are giving recommendations at that transition academy level. Parents are giving recommendations to staff on what is working and what is not working, and perhaps a survey or finding another way to reach out would be a wonderful piece to work on so that people can more effectively engage.
Great, thank you. Mark, you have your hand up. And your mic is not on.
Huh?
There you go.
There we go. Have we had much feedback from, I was glad to hear that we had the parent feedback from the transition and from the preschool folks. Are we getting much feedback from the parents in elementary, secondary, middle school, from those classrooms? Because I'm wondering how those programs are going, especially those kids that are included in typical classrooms, how that's working, how it's not working. Because a lot of the kids, as I know, and you all know too, that the ones that are included in the typical classrooms, they tend to have a need for that peer interaction, and I'm wondering how that is perhaps not working as well, or perhaps it is working well. I just can't imagine how in the world, not being in a classroom and not having that interaction, which they really kind of thrive on, would be working for them. I'd just like to know more about now we've got the bookends, I'd love to know what's in the middle of the book.
So that might be something we come back to with an update. If you remember, we have sent out kind of some initial surveys, and there will be feedback opportunities, and Mike can probably maybe speak to that a little bit more. Tonight, our focus was kind of on those bookends, But as that comes along and as people are sharing best practices, that's something that we can certainly share back out to the board. Mike, I see you popped your video on there.
There was comments from all of our families, including families with students who have disabilities. Interestingly enough, I was watching or listening to a podcast with Larry Cuban, who is this phenomenal educator. I believe he's out of Harvard or Stanford. He brought up some really good points that remote learning, no matter how good you're doing, doesn't work really well for very young kids, and it doesn't work very well for students with disabilities in general. And particularly when we made a transition like we did on such a short turnaround, obviously we're going to be planning for more robust remote learning because we anticipate there will be some form of it in the future. Ideally, we're also working to get back with our students, but we are hearing from families all the difficulties you can imagine with students being able to attend to learning, the interactions with their teachers, the access to curriculum, supporting students' behavior and social emotional well-being. All of those factors are coming in for all of our students, and often they're compounded for students with special needs. And so that's something we know we have to plan for, and at the same time we are hearing lots of challenges. So we can be providing, I think it'd be helpful in one of our future meetings to provide an update on it, specifically what is the plan for remote, a hybrid, and in-person when we come back, because even when we come back, things aren't going to be like they were for a while.
Siri, you have your hand up?
I do, thank you. First off, thank you for the presentation. Great to see the creativity and the opportunity to engage. I think through some of the public comments that were said tonight, as well as to some of the highlighting that I hear in regards to sort of what really works with the remote learning, is that engagement and being able to have that FaceTime and that pieces. So appreciate the taking that on and really making sure that that's available for students. There is something about being able to see your friends again as well and being able to engage with them there. And so I think as we go through those and you highlight those best practices, not just for the academic piece, but also for the social emotional and the connection, because that only encourages as how they interplay together. That's fabulous. And appreciate the fact that that's been a highlight and you've been able to really do that. And turning preschool into an online environment is not an easy task. So it'd be fun to sit through a circle time sometime and see how that all works.
Happy to invite you.
So thank you. But I do think there's a lot of good things we can learn that can even be utilized in different fashions in the future going forward. So the more, I always think people could just note and journal through all of this. It might provide for a whole new way and strategies to be able to address how to support parents. The videos you speak of, I think those are great. And the more we make those available to maybe not just our parents in special education, because I could see all parents valuing it and being able to access those when those things are coming up. So just some of those things of our resources. I think you're developing good things. It'd be great to be able to push those out even possibly broader.
I think we actually, Kim, you did say the preschool videos are open to anybody, correct?
Well, they are open to anybody in our preschool. They're currently living on our classroom team sites, but we could certainly look at putting them broader than just that. So right now, families would need to be a member of a preschool classroom team. So it's not just to our preschool special education families.
That was what you said.
All of our preschool families are accessing those videos.
Thank you. Dr. Holman?
Yeah, a couple things. There's the in the moment synchronous experience that our students are having with video. There's also asynchronous video experiences. Many of our teachers are using a platform called WeVideo, and that's a safe and secure district approved digital application where students are able to record videos. My son has been doing that almost weekly for a number of his classes as kind of the culminating event for that class for that week, in which he's demonstrating his learning. He hits submit, the teacher reviews it, and then approves it to be uploaded. So it really has some fail-safes put into it, but then he can go back online and watch his peers. And there's some fun tools and things like that that students are able to use, put a smiley face over their face, do some little messaging, And so it's an asynchronous way for them to see each other, remind themselves of the bad humor of middle school. But it's really a neat way for kids to culminate their learning throughout the week. I also want to mention that we are really starting a pretty robust planning process for what next year will look like. We are putting some teams together to make sure that we are addressing all of the different strands that we need to as we think about what the 2021 school year will look like. And as we get guidance from SPI, layering that into our plans and making sure that we have engagement with appropriate stakeholders, internal and external, is going to be critical as we move forward. So I want to make sure the board hears that as well, that while we are continuing to refine really this version, we want to make sure that our next version of what school looks like, and that'll become clearer to us here in the next few weeks and over the next month, that will be communicated as part of our website. That'll be communicated through engagements and out to the community.
Mark, did you put your hand back up, or did I just not put it down?
I did. No, it's still up. Quick question. Back when Chris Breakdahl had said something about special needs students being back in the school, then he took that back, except for the behavioral, those getting behavioral intervention. How many students have we had that are doing the behavioral on site, or they're receiving those services face to face? Also, how are we handling the speech and the OT and the PT type services that the kids need?
Right now, and I'll let Shannon, I'm sorry, go ahead, Mark, you're lagging.
No, I'm sorry. It's just the idea of how are those being handled, and especially, I'm thinking that the OPEC system is actually working for the remote learning. I would think that we'd be able to now be integrating more of the speech generating devices for the speech therapist.
I'll let Shannon and others comment on that. Overall, our facilities are still considered to be closed as part of the governor's orders. I do think we've, yep. To my knowledge, nothing is being done on site just because the supports are not there for the other infrastructure pieces that would need to be on site. But I think there are some things with speech and OT and PT that you could elaborate on. And I'm going to also let everybody know, President Bleasner, I'm going to recommend that we take a short recess after we're finished with this session, just so everybody can take a bit of a stretch break. And because my battery is running low and I can't put my charger and the thing that connects us so that people can see the meeting at the same time, because they bump into each other. So I have just a few minutes left on my battery, and I will recharge while we all recharge a bit. But I just want to, if it goes blank, you'll know why, and so come back 10 minutes from whenever it goes blank. We should be able to get to the end of this, but just in case. So with that, if you want to provide some clarification, Shannon and your team.
Yeah, so I know that there has been some confusion around the language that came from the governor's office and OSPI about in-person services. And the special education director at OSPI has tried to clarify that for us and for families. And what the language says basically now is that it is meant to be the exception and not the rule, and only in rare cases and as a last resort. And so it is an extremely small number of students that are accessing that support, and it's primarily due to significantly aggressive or significantly problematic behaviors of those students. So we have approximately 6 students that are getting additional supports right now, not in our district buildings, in other placements, but they are getting those supports that we can make sure they and their families are safe. In terms of therapists, they are doing the same thing that teachers are doing. They're pushing out videos, they're engaging in team meetings, they are working with some kids one-to-one or in small groups, It depends on the students and the family and what the needs are. And so they're basically being asked to do the same thing that teachers are being asked to do. In terms of assistive technology, our assistive tech team has been highly involved in making sure that our kids have all the equipment that they need and their families have it and have been trained on it. And they've also made sure that our general education staff is knowledgeable around the assistive technology tools that are available, as well as the accessibility features in Microsoft that our gen ed teachers have needed some guidance and instruction on. So our assistive tech team has been crazy busy, more than they even are typically, and they've really been providing a service to both gen ed and to special ed. And I hope I answered your questions within the time limit. The screen didn't go blank, so there's that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions? All right, lots happening, and I think all good points from the feedback from all of you and questions, because there is the academic side and the social and emotional side of this, and then there are all of those variables that we threw in the mix when we put people in home environments, both with learners as well as teachers. And I think everybody has felt significant frustration at our inability to serve kids the way we normally would, and for them to be with each other in that environment. So I think there's a sense of urgency around how we can begin making our way back to our schools because of what we want to be able to provide for students. There was a parent who had contacted me very early on. Their child was at a very significant developmental phase of recovering speech after surgery. And that window of time that you have available to bring speech back and to think about having the access restrained or constrained due to this whole closure piece is inconvenient at the very, very least, and completely horrifying at the very most, because of what the long-term implications can be for that loss of service. So we appreciate that, and we know that those are very, very important to our students and our families. Mark, did you have your hand up again?
I did. I just want to thank the staff and the special needs as well as everyone else, but especially from the special needs staff for that update, because I've been inundated with questions, and I just wanted to check in with you all, and I really appreciate that. I'm glad to hear that the kids out in the transition academies are still able to enjoy their jobs. I'm just because I see several of them on a weekly basis when I go to the stores, so that's why I wanted to check in on those. But thank you very much for the update.
All right, President Bleasner, I'm going to ask you to entertain a short recess.
I think a short recess is a great idea. So how about 10 minutes?
So that puts us at 7:20.
Okay. So how about we are back online at 7:20. So you have 10 minutes for recess, and we have two more big items, just so in case anybody's listening so that they're aware. We're going to be looking at monitoring report 2, which is on academic content, knowledge, and skills. It's our first monitoring report that we're looking at for this year on results. And then we will actually getting an update from Dr. Stavum in regards to remote learning. And she can highlight what the topics specifically in there are better than I could.
Yeah, the topic specifically will be the beginning plans for planning the return phase of our closure. So Matt Gillingham will be presenting kind of the structure that we have set up to begin that work.
Excellent. And then we will just have board member comments, and then it would be set to adjourn. So that is the ending part of our meeting, just so you know. Very meaty stuff at the end, too. So 7:20, we'll be back on. Thank you.
All right, go stretch. Okay. You ready, John? All right, we're back.
Are we back up?
We are back up.
All right, so now that we are back from the break, we can continue with the rest of our agenda for this evening. And so the next item, as I had mentioned, is the monitoring report for results 2, academic content, knowledge, and skills. And just to remind you, this is part of our whole process of coherent governance, and that we receive the monitoring works on our 3 results as well as the 13 operational expectations. So this is actually our first one we have received after we revised. So you had that report. It was rather lengthy. So you had the summary at the start with all the graphs as well as the appendix at the end providing some oversight. So tonight they will present it and we'll then have the opportunity to discuss approval. And with that, I will turn it over to Dr. Stable.
Thank you. Yes, you know, as we've talked about these are extensive, and I think that's one of the things that you'll need to consider long after I'm gone with Dr. Holman. But I also think that some of what you're going to have to consider, obviously, for next year is because of the closure, and what really are going to be the biggest priorities in determining what learning looks like over the course of next year. So I'm going to turn it over to Mike Van Orden to walk us through some of the things that we can tell with certainty, and then some of the things that leave us maybe a little bit lacking because of the nature of the goals that we've set as aspirational goals versus what that really tells us about achievement and what we might want to think about moving forward. So Mike, I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks. So as a little bit of a set tonight, I wanted to share some background. As you know, and as you mentioned, we have adjusted the way that we share monitoring reports. We used to share by a single content area at a time. And with this monitoring report tonight, we're going to be reviewing 7 academic areas that fall into this category. We also made some adjustments on, again, the inclusion of multiple indicators within each area. We have some new indicators that we're looking at. We also set targets for each of those. And I think at the end, we'll talk a little bit about some of the recommendations we're getting from the Aspen group who we're working on with this report, just how we might think about those in some new ways and some different ways. But specifically, as Dr. Stavum mentioned, we set those targets to be aspirational targets, which are things that you're thinking about much longer term, versus shorter, maybe 1 to 2 year targets where you're looking for smaller incremental improvements. And so that'll be something to keep in mind tonight as we're looking at our results and how we're approaching those targets. But again, the targets we set are much higher than, again, something you'd probably achieve in a year or 2. In addition, because we are including so many more areas and we have been reviewing the indicators that we're looking at as well as the targets, we're reporting much later than we typically do. Usually we're reporting these in the fall. And we're doing that because the data that we're using comes from the prior year. And so it's usually data that we've had a chance to review and discuss and put into a monitoring report. As I mentioned, we get a lot of that data from our state assessments. And as you know, those assessments are going away. So we'll also want to be thinking about just the new world as we move into next year, not having assessment data for this year. Finally, we want to be thinking about what do we do with the information that we have. And so we will provide you a high-level overview of the results, but typically where we spend more of our time in the discussion is, well, what do you do with this information? And in normal times, we would have a long list of things that we'd be working on to address the results that we share with you. As you know, we're moving into a very different world. And when we started this monitoring report, we were living in kind of an old system that made a lot of sense, and that system's changed. So we'll talk briefly about some of the specific things that we're working on tonight, that we'll be working on longer term, that will address learning in more of a remote or hybrid of a remote and in-person. And specifically, we'll talk about some areas we think are most important to focus on initially. So what I'd like to do tonight then is take you briefly through the results themselves. You have much more detail in the board packet that I'm sure you've all spent some time looking at. And then we also will, as I mentioned, talk really more specifically about what our next steps are. As I mentioned, 7 academic areas that we're looking at tonight: literacy and language, math, science, social studies, computer science, information and communication technology, the arts, and world language. And as you recall, we spent quite a bit of time defining what each of those mean. And so for literacy and language, there were a number of things that were built into that. Things like literacy and language skills that help students to comprehend, create, respond to text, reason with evidence. Quite a bit to unpack there. And we spent quite a bit of time talking about, well, how would you know if students were able to do all those things? And again, towards the end of our meeting tonight, or the end of the presentation tonight, I'll share with you some of the Aspen Group's recommendations about the indicators that we're using to represent some of those. But specifically for literacy and language, this is probably the area that we have the most data and the most information to look at to determine how well we're doing. So for example, at the elementary level, we have our DIBELS literacy assessment that lets us assess early literacy and early reading skills all the way up through some basic comprehension skills and fluency skills. And then we move into some more of the things that are described in the description of literacy and language that we've created that are embedded in our state standards. And so we assess those through Smarter Balanced Assessment. We also, as you know, have assessment that we use for English language learners, our ELPA 21. And as I mentioned in earlier conversations we've had as we've been developing these, most of the standards that we are talking about live within our courses and in our course content. And so we looked at course grades as a reflection of the entirety of a course that includes the standards for that grade level. So looking at all of those, overall, our students are doing well. They're getting very close to those, as I mentioned, aspirational targets in most areas for the whole student group. But as we've talked about over the years, when we look at subgroups, there's some pretty significant differences. And we have quite a bit of data by subgroup in the report, but what I tried to do, just to give you a high-level overview, is I took our annual assessment results for each grade level and just put them all together as a composite, and then looked at by area, where do we see gaps between subgroups and the all-student group. So for example, if you take the composite of DIBELS and Smarter Balanced Assessments in grades 3 through 10, you get about an average of about 85% proficiency. But if you look, for example, at our Black African American students, there's a proficiency level that's lower than that. And again, also if you look at some of our other groups like our English language learners, students from low-income households, and students with disabilities, we do see some pretty significant differences between achievement, performance, and that all-student group. And then even if you're looking between groups, you see some differences. So we recognize this is a continued area. And as I was mentioning earlier, we may want to be thinking about shorter-term specific goals that we're working on to start making progress in these areas rather than continuing. We want to continue to have those high aspirational goals, but we should probably be thinking about some shorter-term goals to work on in these areas. So if we talk about just this portion of results, we believe there's partial achievement of the result in our overall results as we get closer to that aspirational goal. But as in all the areas in this report, for our subgroups, there still continues to be quite a bit of work to do. And there's much more detail about these in the packet that we shared with you tonight. Similar for mathematics, fairly high overall results, but there's a caveat to that in that if you look at all 7 of our areas and how students do year to year in terms of growth, how they do in relation to other school districts, math is an area that probably is the area of greatest opportunity and the area that needs the most attention. And we'll talk about at the end some things we're thinking about for math, but particularly if we're just comparing this to other academic areas, it's probably our lower performing area relative to the other academic areas in R2. At the same time, relatively high performance in comparison to other states. We're second or third among comparison districts, but a similar pattern that you see for our subgroups. And again, pretty significant gaps in achievement that most likely relate to opportunities that our students have in our schools, and that the ways in which we distinguish and differentiate the way we deliver instruction to students. And so this is on us to think about how are we identifying the needs of our students, and then what do we do when we see that there are greater needs for individuals and groups of students. And again, thinking about shorter term goals that would allow us to be more nimble as we work on responding to those. So again, as in all the areas, this is one where partial achievement in terms of our overall results, but still work to do in terms of our subgroups. In science, we are looking at strong overall performance, getting very close to our aspirational targets. ranking second or third in benchmarking districts. The 11th grade results are more a reflection of the participation as opposed to achievement. Because there wasn't any graduation requirement for this assessment, it didn't link to anything that students were accountable to. Many of our students said, why would I do that? And so we had about a 21% achievement, but that reflects many students who didn't take the assessment. So what I did for that group, for the subgroups to share with you in this presentation tonight was to show you the data that we felt like represented more of our overall student body. And again, we see some pretty significant gaps by subgroup. So now we're moving into academic areas that don't have as many state assessment results that go with them, and that'll be something we talk about here at the end as we're thinking about how we monitor this in the future. So for social studies, we were looking at the students who earned a C or higher in social studies classes by the end of 10th grade. We also have a target on here that's for the future, and that is students earning a C or higher in civics. That's a standalone course starting next year. So for many courses, it's been embedded in the course content. There was new legislation that came out that said, no, you now need to have a standalone civics class. So that's something we want to keep on our indicator list, but know that data won't be coming until next year. So here, this is an area where we actually exceeded our target in our overall results and are seeing a slight increase in the trend. And for many of our groups that weren't performing as well in some of our other academic areas, they were hitting target here, but again, we still see some of those persistent gaps that, again, we've been wrestling with for many years, as well as every school and district in the nation has been wrestling with. Computer science, information, and communication technology, we used our standards-based report card at the elementary level, and again, remember we had that conversation about there's a lot to unpack in these statements, and so what are the best indicators we have currently? We also talked about if we could create an ideal world, we probably want to be looking at other indicators, but for these we do have our report cards, and so for grades 3 and 5, in grade 3 we were looking at getting very close to our target, and in grade 5 we hit our target. Here again, most kids are getting very close to that target. If not being right on the edge of it. So this is an area where we're seeing kids are getting exposure. I think we had some conversation earlier in the year about, okay, this tells you that they've had access to it, but then are they actually able to apply it and use it in meaningful ways? And so this could be an area that we want to be thinking about, but again, right now we have grades 3 and 5 data. For the arts, we again use that target of earning a C or higher in an arts course by the end of 10th grade, and we're well above the target that we set for ourselves. And for the most part, our students are getting close to that target or exceeding it. And then finally, for world language, we had 2 areas that we looked at as targets. One was world language credit, as well as continuing to increase the number of students who are working on that seal of biliteracy, and we set again some aspirational targets there. We exceeded our target for world language credit, and we continue to increase the number of students who are receiving the seal of biliteracy on their diploma. And then again here, by subgroups, you can see that there are still groups of students for whom that is not, world language credit is still an area of work, but something to point out here, if you look, for example, at our English language learners, the seal of biliteracy is an opportunity for our students who speak English as a second language to demonstrate competency or demonstrate their ability to speak in a second language. And so you see a pretty significant increase in the number of students that are taking advantage of opportunities to demonstrate mastery of world language. And that's been the result of some pretty significant efforts on the part of Jen and her team to increase the ability of students to get that seal of biliteracy. So, as I mentioned, we were looking at a whole series of academic areas. In the past, we've reported on individual academic areas, and we focused very much on literacy, math, and science. And then we, in the past, have given updates in the other content areas. As we were working with the Aspen group, they had some comments and some feedback that was similar to our conversations that we were having, in that for many of the academic areas, the indicators probably weren't sufficient to give you the breadth of understanding of whether or not students were really demonstrating all of the things that were in those descriptions that we created. In addition, they were also saying, as we're moving into, and we've been talking about this as well, as we're moving into this very different way of thinking about education, we should also be thinking about how do we take advantage of the conditions that we're in and actually really hone in on some very key important areas. And so these were, in a conversation with Aspen Group, some recommendations that we have to think about as we move into monitoring for next year. One is that we focus on fewer higher leverage areas and goals for monitoring, and in particular, literacy, math, social and social emotional falls in another results area, but again, to think about these as what are we going to really be paying attention to as students begin re-entering our schools. In addition, as I was mentioning, we had some conversations about aspirational goals, and we think those are still important to keep, but we should probably also be thinking about some shorter term, more specific goals. And there's a number of different models. One is this idea of a SMART goal, where you have very specific targeted goals that are measurable in the short term and achievable in the short term, so that you're making incremental progress. Because I think we've been having this conversation for a year of these high aspirational goals, and how do you know you're actually getting closer to them? They also should be goals that could be achieved in a relatively short span, so maybe 1 to 2 years, and that you have that time-bound target of within the next 2 years, you should see this much growth. And so again, we can look at setting those smaller, shorter-term targets, looking at other schools and other districts that have shown that kind of progress. We can look at our growth trends and our growth data to see what would be reasonable to accomplish in a couple of years, and then really work hard to reach those goals so that we could start saying, we may not have all of our groups getting to these high 95% marks, but we can show clear evidence that we're making progress in that area. In addition, we're going to have to think about new baseline data that we'll have, because we won't have state assessment results next year. And so, as I was sharing at the beginning, literacy and math have lots of data that we can look at that we won't have that for next year. And so we'll share with you some ways we're thinking about gathering that data. In addition, we want to make sure that our teams and our folks are really focused and putting lots of energy and effort into reentry. And so we know that more than anything else, literacy is one of those foundational skills that if you don't have it, all your academic areas are impacted. In addition, we know math is a major gatekeeper for college and career, and so those are areas that we recommend very highly that we spend quite a bit of time looking at, monitoring, and focusing on as a team, and monitoring very closely. So the other academic areas we would recommend that we continue to monitor, but we really think about those like we used to in the past, of having spread out updates on our progress in those areas, continue to make sure that we're looking at whether or not students are passing courses, because that's going to continue to be an area of concern as we have some form of remote learning, some form of hybrid, and some form of in-person. We need to keep an eye on that. But trying to do all of this in a condensed way, just given what we've seen so far this year and some of the conversations we've been having, that would be something we'd want to be thinking about for next year. So, as I shared, this points us in some directions, particularly as we move into this new world of education. And I do believe we eventually will get back to kind of normal, traditional, in-person learning that we know how to do. But we have some time here that we're going to be in a transition phase. So we're thinking about a number of things that directly relate to what we're seeing in our results that inform our practice. One that we're having a conversation about right now is summer school. We're leaning more towards a remote version of summer school. We're keeping the door open to the idea of some form of in-person, but just reading the writing on the wall, we may not even be allowed to offer in-person summer school. In addition, we're thinking about who probably needs summer school the most. So we know, for example, we have students who are struggling in literacy, and you saw that in our subgroup data, and as we know, that's a key important skill. So we anticipate there's a need for some level of intensive literacy support for kids, primarily in elementary, but some in middle school as well, that would focus on reading. We also know that we have students with dyslexia and students who are so far behind, we need to accelerate them just to keep them up to speed. And so we are exploring and thinking about how would we do that with a much more robust form of, if it's remote, in-person live instruction, probably in small groups with some built-in time and a regular time where there's a teacher and a small group of students that are getting some literacy instruction. In addition, we're looking at programming for EL and special education over the summer. Again, though, if it's remote, we're needing to be careful that it's students that are actually able to participate in remote learning. So all of the things we've been doing to get kids access, we need to make sure we're doing now. And if we have kids that it's just not working for, we're going to need to be thinking about into the school year. And so we can give an update more on what we're thinking about in those areas in a future board meeting. But no, that's an area we're really attending to and thinking about. So as we move into the fall, without the state assessment data, and just as we've been looking at all of the different blueprints for reopening, one of the first things we'll want to do, and this is when I say first in terms of academics, because we also know we're going to need to have kids learning new routines and transitioning back into schools. But within the first month, we're looking at the need to have a form of universal screening, which means every student is assessed for literacy and math in grades K-8, so that we can get a sense of lost learning, we can get a baseline set of baseline data for students that we can use then to monitor to make sure that kids are making growth. Because we know, as I mentioned, the world's going to be very different when we come back. In addition, we'll be thinking very carefully about small group literacy instruction that can be delivered both in person and remotely. And as some of the community comments mentioned tonight, we're hearing more and more about the potential for surges to come later in the fall. And so we might be starting with in-person learning, and then we may need to switch to remote for a time, and we need to be ready to go with really robust remote learning so that when we come back to in-person learning after a surge maybe goes away, there can be more of a seamless transition between those. So that will include everything from using our existing digital and print resources in person and remotely. We also have, as you know, we shared in the past, new dyslexia curriculum and curriculum for our EL learners. We also are going to continue to focus on providing professional learning for our staff in the areas of foundational literacy and dyslexia. We started that for K3 and we'll be continuing that for 4-5. Some of that may need to be remote for our teachers. So just like we're thinking about remote learning for our students, we're thinking about remote learning for the adults in our system as well. And we have a learning management system that allows our teachers to access professional development online. In addition, we're looking at how do we expand the use of digital tools, and we had a question earlier about what kind of feedback are we getting from our community. There are some of our digital curriculum that's a bit older, and so that's curriculum that we'll be reevaluating, but there's some new digital tools that we are using that we're hearing very good things about. So those include Lexia, which is a literacy program that we're using at K5, Dreambox, it's a math program we're using at K5, and Alex, which is a math program we're using at 6-8. Not that it works for every single kid, but we're getting much more favorable recommendations around these. Parents are seeing them as much easier to access. Students are reporting that they're more engaged in them. And so we are looking at how do we expand access to those. Kelly Pease right now is looking at digital licenses for Lexia for all students in grades K5, where we used to have it for a more targeted approach. In addition, we've been hearing quite a bit about our math program at the elementary level, not only in terms of remote instruction, and parents are expressing some concerns about that, but also just this is an older curriculum, and we were planning on a curriculum adoption for K5 math a few years out. We're going to accelerate that process so that we can be looking at a K5 math program much sooner. So again, something that would probably be more useful and more teacher and student and family friendly, that would include much better digital support. So again, we were thinking about that beforehand, but the change to remote learning really accelerated that and created a much higher need. Finally, we are looking at reading acceleration courses for grades 6-8. We're also, as you heard tonight, moving through our ELA adoption, and at the 6-8 level, we are really thinking about programs that will be able to be effectively used in person. We always want that, but also if and when we start having to transition back and forth between remote and in person. And another big area that we'll have to be thinking about with the number of students that haven't been able to access, even despite many efforts to give kids access, are our credit recovery options. We have a fairly robust credit recovery program right now. We're probably going to need to expand that both in person and remote during the school year and during the summer. So many of these things we were planning on even before remote learning, but they become even more relevant now. They're very tightly connected to our results, but also to the feedback we've been receiving from families, and we will be working through these different strategies as well as many others. As I mentioned, you might be thinking about, well, what about social studies and what about the arts and what about computer science? again, we need to really focus right now. And so, not that we won't be attending to those other areas, we'll be monitoring credit, but we really strongly recommend that we're very closely monitoring these to make sure that kids continue to make gains, even in less than ideal conditions. Finally, just some larger district strategies, again, that support remote learning and that are part of our larger district efforts, not only in remote settings, but when we are more in person. Our multi-tiered systems of support structures to have building leadership teams that are continuously looking at that data we're talking about that we'll be gathering and thinking about what are the strategies and interventions we're going to be applying at the building level to make sure that we're meeting the needs of our kids. We will continue our work with our partners, including the TIE Center, University of Washington, and the SWIFT Center, to continue to build more inclusive learning communities in all of our schools. As we were talking about earlier tonight, that's much more difficult in a remote setting, but we will be back in person, and we want to be thinking about making sure that all of our students are connected to their home schools and feel like they belong. Our families are connected to their home schools and feel like they belong. And so these partnerships are helping us to get closer and closer to that. And in particular, our TIES partnership is going to be helping us look at instructional practices that teachers can use so that they do a better job of making sure that kids with disabilities are in their gen ed settings, learning and being members of their communities. In addition, we're continuously thinking about our equity efforts. As you saw in much of our subgroup data, we have students that are not as well connected to school. And so our culturally responsive teaching and family supports will be continuously important as we move in that direction. So lots of work continuing to happen, but it needs to be targeted and focused. And so we'll be sharing more about how these fit into a larger plan in a little bit, but this is essentially our thinking as we move forward with the data that we've captured from the results monitoring. And then overall, we are making the assertion that we're in partial compliance, we're partially achieving our results, but there's still quite a bit of work to do for our subgroups. And that's the end, I believe, of our presentation.
All right, thank you very much, Mike. At this point, I'd like to just if there are any questions and I see many a hand up. So from that, I will start. I believe Mark Stewart's was up first, so Director Stewart.
Mike, thank you very much. Quick question. One of the concerns, I think in a couple of the letters we had earlier today, or this evening, talked about having to switch from platform to platform to platform, and I noticed you'd mentioned the term platforms. Not my world, but tell me, what are we doing to try and make that almost seamless, if you will, if that's possible?
Yeah, it's something that, as Matt talks about, our planning for remote learning and hybrid learning and in-person learning moving forward. That is one of the key areas as winnowing down to fewer platforms. So again, when we made the transition to remote learning, we were thinking, okay, we don't have a lot of time to prep our teachers. We need to make sure that they're going to effectively use the tools that they're familiar with and that they've been using with their students. Now that we have more time to prepare, we need to narrow that down. We're hearing there's just way too many things out there for our families to be using, way too many things for our teachers, and then our ability to really say, what's the best way to deliver math instruction remotely? Well, this is the one or two things you should be doing. You shouldn't have a big, long laundry list. So part of that work will be happening in our planning as we move forward and through the summer so that we're much more tight and clear with the tools that we do use.
Okay, thank you.
Director Carlson?
So thanks, Mike. I was wondering if you could throw slide 6 back up so that we could look at it together. I'm intrigued by this. Is this format for reporting on results we're still muddling through on this stuff, but the idea here is that instead of spending an evening on math and then an evening on English, that this is how this reporting would come out?
Well, I would actually recommend just because think about how much time we really have to dig into any one of these, and there's so much to unpack in these, that I would recommend, and I think as we were talking with the Aspen group, that next year we break these out and that we do a math report and we really kind of dig into it and talk about what are the things we're doing for math, because there's a lot to unpack here. There's a lot more in the report that we have, including trend data for all these subgroups, the strategies that accompany them. So I would recommend we break it out. I just think that trying to do all this in one setting is right.
Ideally, we would do that. This is our year that we've redone everything, and so
yeah,
I think spacing them out is good.
Worried about this year, but rather as we go forward, because in the last few years, I think the most useful analysis that I've seen on this topic was last year when you broke out the ELL, and were really able to show us that the ELL students who, while they're currently in ELL, and sorry, it's still, keep that slide up, please, that while the ELL students are still enrolled in ELL, their performance is not great in mathematics, but that post-ELL, they returned to a baseline so they weren't substantially different, which what that did for me is it allowed me to not worry about the ELL row here. I mean, it's all red. And I can say that I understand why they're red and it's acceptable because I know that our ELL program is working and it's bringing them to the standard that they can compete with all of the other students. This is great news. And yet, when I look at this particular graph, I see 4 other rows that are red: low income, SPED, Black African American, and Hispanic Latino, all of which would nominally be something I'm concerned about if I could disentangle them. And this is where things get really interesting. Power BI is powerful, but I can only ask the questions I'm allowed to ask. What I would very much like to be able to do for 3rd grade SBA in mathematics, I can see that we've got 270 Hispanic students who took it. Fantastic. I'd like to subtract out all of the Hispanic students who are ELL and see if you're Hispanic and non-ELL, how are you performing? And if I subtract out low income, how are we performing? The only thing I can do that for at present is the student growth percentile. And the student growth percentile for Hispanic is indistinguishable from white, Asian, or 2 or more races if you subtract out all of our special programs. So I'm not worried about the Hispanic row. I'm worried about the underlying factors that are enriched in the Hispanic row for the purposes of where should we be focusing interventions. And that's the sort of thing that I very much like to see when we come back to this, is trying to disentangle which programs are working. I mean, SPED, okay, is our SPED program working as well as it can? I believe our ELL program is working as well as it can. Therefore, it's not a concern to me that while they're in ELL, students are not performing very well. After they've gotten out of ELL, the program did its job. So anyway, to me, the most important part of this is not the blow-by-blow each cell in this table. It's about trying to get into the underlying factors. And so it sort of separates the question, how are we doing in this subject? On average, as you pointed out, we're doing fine in ELA. I'm more worried about math. That has not changed in the last 12 years. It's still something where I'd like to know what we can do to move the needle in math. But it's separate than the question of each of these rows for each of our programs. How well is it working? And that's really what I'd like to see as we evolve this reporting. I'd like to see it evolving towards which things do we need to intervene on, and which things are just byproducts of the factors that are contributing to them.
Yeah.
So, and you may households are obviously harder, but anyway, so that's my feedback on this report.
We broke out performance by disability category. And so again, the benefit of looking at these in smaller clusters allows us to go much deeper into our analysis of what might be the causative factors. Yeah. And there are people behind that too that are doing that analysis, but also thinking about what are the strategies and interventions that necessarily follow. And so when we try to report on 7 different academic areas, and then there's another results report coming in too, and try to do that all at once and try to share that in a board meeting. And again, it's remote, and a study session will probably be a better way to do this. I think it's going to be more in our interest to chunk it out and to really dig deeper into this. Because like you said, there's much more to unpack, particularly in math. There's other data as we can look at as well as we think about inclusive practices, like how much students get access to general education curriculum. And so we can dig into that, but we're at 8 o'clock tonight and we're just scratching the surface here. So that's something we want to be thinking about as we move forward.
And the last piece of this table is when you show these guys, I would love to have a column in there that's the number. Because if you look at this Black, African American, and Hispanic Latino, don't look like they're all that different. There are 6 times as many kids in the Hispanic Latino row as there are in the Black, African American. I mean, if you could move 12 kids in the Black, African American row, poof, it looks like the Asian row.
Yeah,
anyway.
that's all embedded in our report, and again, I think more opportunity to dig into those as we break it out.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you. It's a lot of work here. I'm not discounting that, and this is a really weird time to be trying to do this work.
President Bleasner, we can take another hand, and then I'm going to switch. I'm going to ask for 1 minute for technical switchover that I think I have found a fix. And so, Cassandra, if you want to ask your question, if it goes dark, I'll be back. Oh, you have to unmute, Cassandra.
My apologies. Have we surveyed students to see what they feel they need to be successful with online learning?
Yep, and we are planning on continuing that. I think Matt will talk a little bit more about that later in this evening's discussion. We did an initial survey of families and students just for overall satisfaction, and then, as you know, we also surveyed students specifically around the grading system. We want to be thoughtful about making sure that we're addressing some of the strands.
Unknown participant is now joining.
So that's what we're doing right now. Then as we start to get these remote learning and hybrid learning and in-person learning plans more thoroughly developed, we're going to ask some very specific questions about those areas, and those will be asked of students and families and teachers and administrators. So Matt will talk more about that tonight, but yes, students are a very important part of that.
Do you think it's possible that, although it's limited data, the higher scores in art and technology could be, there isn't a language barrier as strong as there is in ELA or even trying to understand math and doing story problems? And because with technology, it's less cultural?
Yeah, I think those are all the things we want to unpack. Particularly, we look at how students interact with curriculum and where they have success. Some people are saying right now that being able to take these large state assessments and set them aside for a little bit will allow us to actually look at some deeper measures of learning and how students are connecting with their learning. Not that we want to entirely eliminate them, but there may be some opportunities for us to be thinking about assessment in different ways in the coming year.
Thanks. I was just wondering if we can think about having that translate to other areas. That's all for now.
I guess, Dr. Stevem, you're making a switch for us?
Unknown participant is now exiting.
I already did it, and we are fine. You didn't even notice it. I just went poof and switched machines up on the screen.
Excellent. Magic.
Yes, it was.
All right. So, Mike, I just have a few questions. I was intrigued as I went looking through, and when you used grade C, regardless of which subject matter, it was pretty indicative. You had the same subgroups that performed. They might have performed slightly better, but you saw special education, you saw low income, you saw Latino, and you saw Black and African American. So it's clear that there's some systemic issues around this. It's not just an academic component. So I guess my concern is there's a clear pattern, and it's played out for years and decades. And we had some equity work that was going on, like the district equity teams that happening, as well as the school-based ones. And I was intrigued that even the tests, if I look at tests or if they got a C, so obviously our grading, what I didn't know was if you looked at that grading, were the kids who got a D or an F also the ones not passing those tests? And if that's the case, then we have an indicator in which to look at it. But I guess my big takeaway from this is we still have some underlying issues to work with, which are the equity, opportunity, and inclusion, which is more about our attitudes and our ways of approaching it. And that's the piece. I don't want to get that lost in subject matter, because I think it's some of the, how we move this might be systemically, not subject matter.
Agreed, and that's going to be one of our areas as we think about professional learning and training for all of our teachers. And I think, as you know, Emily Young's coming in as the new director of professional learning. That's one of her key charges, is how do we continue that learning for our teachers, both in person but also remote. And I think there'll be some really wonderful opportunity as we look at our our learning management system, which is the way we deliver training to the teachers and adults in our district online, to really start to expand on that and give more people access to that learning. Because as you know, when we try to train all of our employees, when we have thousands of people in the district, there just are logistical challenges. Well, this learning management system will actually allow us to start providing more diverse training to more people. And so that will be an area that we continue to need to do, having people look at their biases, the way they're delivering instruction, how kids access learning, what are the best ways for kids to access learning that allows them to demonstrate their own competency and their own knowledge. And so I think there's some real opportunities, and I think some of those are going to be spurred on by the situation we're in. So yes, definitely still an area of growth for us, and still an area that we need to make sure there's lots of training and support for our teachers and the adults in our district.
The other piece I found interesting was the world language, because it was there that you saw the Latino students definitely were outperforming. Low-income students were actually a much higher percentage. So I do think that's an interesting piece of, are there some strengths we could play into as well that can also help to impact those other academics? I appreciate wanting to focus math and science. I get that, or math and reading. At the same time, social studies really incorporates all those things, and it's the critical thinking and analysis that you have to do. Science really brings math and is applied and allows them to do that. So I guess I would be cautious not to lose those things going forward, because that problem-based learning can apply that foundational work.
No, I'm running, this thing died because it's not charging. Now it's on.
Yeah, we were just talking about that this morning, in fact, in our cabinet meeting of how do we continue to work to evaluate programs and evaluate interventions and strategies that we're using. And just like you said, initially you want to be evaluating the fidelity. How well are you implementing it the way it was designed to be implemented? Because if you don't do that, the results really could be influenced by so many different factors. So if you're comfortable that what we're doing it the right way, then you can go to that next tier. Now, are you starting to see gains? And that goes to the point I was making throughout, which is we need to start setting shorter term achievable targets that we're saying, okay, what would be reasonable to expect if you're doing the Lexia really well? What would you expect to see for these groups of students? And then let's make sure we're monitoring and reporting on that, as opposed to, well, we hope 90% of our students hit this target. Well, that doesn't, you don't have enough information to say that you're really on track unless you're monitoring at a smaller level or a more discrete level.
No, thank
you. So yes,
it
is something we're talking about, and it's, and you know, Tim Krieger, just amazing. We're having conversations about how do we start doing that more systematically and really connecting the results to what we're doing.
That's great, thank you. And I see Director LaLiberty's hand is now up.
Yeah, Mike, could you, I'm looking at the grade 11 science data, where we're at, 21% overall, and I'm trying to understand. I'm looking at in the packet, the N for the number of students that I guess took the exam is not dramatically less than or fewer than our other exams. So, can you just explain to me? What I see is 1,988 students as the end.
So that's the total number of students that were eligible to take the exam.
Oh, not that necessarily took it.
Yeah.
Okay. Got it.
Yeah, Eric, I can tell you with confidence that my senior and my freshman were not taking that exam. It was not required.
Yeah.
do we know how many students took the exam?
I don't have it here. I can find it out.
I mean, because when you look at benchmark, or compared to our benchmark districts, we are amongst the, we're 9th or 10th for all of these.
Yeah.
So my assumption then would be that we had one of the lowest rates of students taking the exam.
Yeah, some districts really made an effort to say to all kids, you will be there. We're going to set schedules so that you can be there. And we were actually, interestingly enough, we were having a conversation with our high schools about, could we set schedules that allowed all students to access exams without having to take time off or miss a class or impact other grade levels. And now, again, with COVID, that threw everything up in the air. So if we think there's value in having every student take this assessment, then we could potentially reduce some of the barriers. On the other hand, as Chris was kind of alluding to, if it's not a graduation requirement, kids are demonstrating proficiency in other ways. Is that something we want to invest a lot of time and energy into creating?
Yeah, my inclination is no, but I was mostly curious as to the data. Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for Mike?
Oh, I do have a question.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so it occurs to me as I'm thinking about this that our current indicators, they're not going to work next year, and they're probably not even going to be useful for several years. It's not like, I don't think we're going to. My sense is we're not going to be able to go. They're not going to work next year. Probably can't go back to them 2 years from now even. Would you agree with that thought? I mean, I'm curious what your thoughts are.
Yeah, and I think that's why having what we're calling a progress monitoring and a universal screen, we have a new assessment tool that we've evaluated and we're ready to start using. Again, just good timing and good planning. We were saying we needed it anyway, and now we need it more than ever. So that will allow us to assess K-8 for literacy and math, and to actually look at our kids making the right amount of progress to make at least a year's worth of growth over the course of their time in school. So I will most likely want to include that in future results. In addition, I think those grades are going to be something we're going to need to keep an eye on too, because we know right now we have students that aren't connecting to remote learning. And so if they're not doing that, they're not going to be passing those classes. And I would anticipate there's going to be a dip in that as well that we're going to want to monitor and say, how do we continue to keep kids earning grades and getting credit and learning the content of the courses as a result.
Can I ask a follow-up on that? Is that all right, Director Bleasner?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, please do.
Mike, the assessment you just mentioned, I think I heard the word growth in there. Is the idea that there'd be an assessment at the beginning of the year and then one at the end of the year?
Yeah, so the idea is every kid gets assessed at the beginning. In other years, when we have state assessments, you can use those and say kids who had 3s and 4s are probably okay, but we want to make sure there's some kind of way to universally assess every kid in the system. Then for the kids that are below a certain point, you say, we need to check their progress periodically. For most, that might be 2 to 3 checks throughout the whole year, but for some, it would be more frequent, maybe every 4 to 6 weeks, some even more frequently than that. And in those times, you're expecting them to make certain amounts of growth, and those are all mapped out on this tool that we have. So you can say, if you're above the trend line, good to go. If you're below, you need to adjust your interventions and your approaches. So they're really robust, rich systems. To be quite blunt, we should have had something like this in place long ago, and for many reasons we didn't. So it's about time, and more than ever, it's going to be very helpful for us.
I mean, that data seems extraordinarily more meaningful than the data that we're relying on now to actually understand what we are doing as a district and the impact we're having. Okay, that's good.
All right, Director.
All right, hey, silver lining out of this thing, right?
Yeah, real quick question, Mike, and maybe I just missed it earlier. What are the raw numbers of the kids that we just can't reach, period? Is it, a handful? Is it more than 100? What? I'm just not clear.
It's about 8%, just no contact with whatsoever. We're finding, though, that there are kids that are engaging at the high school level. I was just looking at data tonight. 4 or more of their classes, they're pretty high rates. Like some of our schools were hitting 90%, 92%. But when you start looking at 3 classes, checking out of some, those numbers get pretty concerning. And so we're going to be meeting with our high school principals tomorrow to talk about that. There are kids that are saying, I'm really focusing on these really core important classes, but there are some that they're saying, for whatever reason, I'm not going to connect with.
Okay. Well, I guess the question then, it becomes a question then of the idea of going to the 7 periods that we did, which I thought was a great idea to keep the pressure off of kids. Is it not a reality, or not a smart reality in this offline world, or online world, I should say?
Yeah, I think that's, and some of our parent comments pointed to that tonight. What can you actually attend to in a remote setting? And, whether it's 7 periods that we keep, but we think about staggered schedules, like some of the comments tonight, I think that's still to be determined. But in some way, to reduce the ability or the need to focus on lots of things over periods of time, whether that's a year, a semester, a quarter, or shorter, I think it's something we're going to have to look at in remote settings. In an in-person setting, I think the jury was still out. I think we were feeling unbalanced. It made a lot of sense in person.
Is it possible that in one of those periods, or however many, that we could include a class that would be more social emotional learning that might help aid them in the remote world, or might help them get through the issues they might be having stuck at home, so to speak?
Yeah, I think they're going to need to be a lot of different things on the table, and we're going to be sharing a results report that deals with a lot of the social emotional aspects. And I know Johnny Fu and Matt Gillingham and their teams have been working very closely on that, including not only, like you said, class, meetings, but also curriculum as well. And more than anything, we're hearing about that in-person connection with an adult, and what are the different ways that we can do that, because that human-to-human connection and even that student-peer connection is one of those things we're going to need to be looking at too.
Thanks, sir.
Any other questions of Mike Van Orden? Okay, with that, I'm going to say thank you very much. I appreciate that. And now we move to the second phase after the presentation, which is actually the acceptance and approval of the monitoring report. If you remember, we have the 2 steps. So at this point, it's more of, do we agree with the report that's being presented as it's been forward, as reasonable progress with exceptions as it's been put forward. So I will now entertain a motion for the board to approve the monitoring report for results to academic content, knowledge, and skills as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Director Carlson and seconded by Director Sage to approve the report as presented. Is there any discussion on that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Just one thing. I agree. I'll be voting for the motion. The one thing that was helpful in looking at all of these at once is it's clear that across, regardless of topic area, grade, there is a large and growing achievement gap for our low-income students that is not closing, that is widening. And I hope soon we'll see a report that has a closing gap, a dramatically closing gap.
Director Stewart has his hand up.
Director Stewart, thank you.
Yes, following up on Eric's line of thought pattern, I'd like to think that there might be some way that we can go to specifically addressing income as opposed we've talked about inclusion, we've talked about our equity issues, but there seems to always be a lacking of being able to zero in on income. And I don't know if there's a specific research institution, academic group that really just looks at income, period. Regardless of what the race is, regardless of the language barrier, or inclusive of it, to be quite frank, but that could really focus in on the income. And in such a well-to-do, if you will, district as ours, for us not to be able to reach those kids, I'm sorry, I'm just beyond words at that point, because I come from that group, okay? And it just ticks me off we can't get to them.
Any other questions or comments? So what I'd like to do is to do a quick based on the conversation that's taken place and some of the things, what I'm hearing is it's reasonable progress with exceptions, and we're speaking to those specific groups. It would be the low-income group, Black African American, Latino group, as well as special education, sort of those ones that sort of highlighted out from there. And in agreement that would be looking forward to having those shorter term targeted goals to be able to go forward with. Are you in agreement that that is true? I see two heads nodding. Because you guys can raise a hand. Okay. And is there any other key thing that we want to, I need to just write a summary at the bottom of it. So I'm trying to get those key summary points based on this conversation. I mean, those are the things that I say. I will say, I think there are some systemic challenges we need to do and think systemically. And I would say that in regards to race, in regards to income, in regards to inclusion. I think those are all very systemic. And I think that comes out in our data. Anything else? Director Carlson.
I agree with all the dimensions you've defined there. I would just add that I concur with the concern that Mike had expressed around math performance, that it's not as acceptable as our ELA performance.
I think you have an opportunity next year to look at things in a completely different way.
Yep.
It's circumstantial, but it's also been what's needed. And so I think, there's a number of things now after this initial pass that you have the opportunity to refine next year. And that overall the achievement stays high. It's still that focus that all of you are looking for to really narrow in on those areas that haven't shown growth. So think about that next year for the indicators with the benchmarking tools that you're having, because then you can just focus in on those groups that you are most concerned about. And I think you have to let go some of the how's everybody doing and really focus in on how are the ones who need us the most doing. That's just my opinion.
Well said.
Which I won't be here to
Thank
say
you.
anymore.
No, we're going to let the board, this is the board's time.
I know it's the board's
so I
time.
will remind you of that, Dr. Stabum. Thank
Cassandra
you.
has her hand up. She's on the board.
Yes, Director Sage, please.
I would just like to add, and I don't know if we capture this here or somewhere else, that we were scheduled to have equity training for the board, and I know a lot of district staff, and that was canceled because it was Marchish. I would be interested as a board member in having a replacement online training now and then doing that in-person training when we can, because I don't know what it's like to be the special education student. I know what it's like to be the special education student's mother. I can't identify or relate with some of the gaps, and I think it would help me personally if I had some more professional development.
Excellent. All right, we can put that into the work plan for next year. I'm assuming people are in agreement? Okay. Any other questions or comments? Director LaLiberty, you're muted if you wanted to talk.
Yeah. Only that we as a board need to sooner than later determine what our indicators are going to be for next year. We need to have that conversation, I think, soon. So, okay, that's it.
Yes, and that will be in partnership working with staff along the lines as to what, because actually they will be setting those indicators and forwarding those to us, and then we'll have that discussion at that time.
That's right. I just think, that should happen soon rather than, next winter.
Yes, ideally it will take place between now and the end of August. How's that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Good.
I will write that on the list of activities. Any other discussion around the report? All right. So with that, I will call for the vote. So as it was moved and seconded, all those as presented with the exceptions as stated on the cover sheet. All those in favor, please signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. All right, well, thank you very much for that robust discussion around all the different components. There's a lot of work to do. I think there's a lot that has been done and provides. I think this is not new information, honestly, it's what I would say. We've had it and we're working towards it. There's still just more to do. So appreciate the continued focus. And with that, we will now move to the superintendent's report.
Yes. Can you hear
and have
me?
Another update. It is 8:30. Keep hanging in there, guys. Good job.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Because I'm working with multiple things going here at once, and I have an echo here, but if you're hearing me okay, then I'm going to keep going. So for superintendent's report tonight, Matt Gillingham's going to share briefly kind of just the beginning bones of our planning. And one of the public comments tonight that had a long list of things is only, you know, this much of all of the things that we are thinking of and that we have to think of. What's going to be difficult about this is you already are seeing plans flowing around across the nation, from state departments to health organizations to vendors and everybody in between. What we're trying to do is digest the best of the best and put it into a framework that will work for Lake Washington, doing that alongside of the guidance that's issued at the state level. OSPI has a statewide, very large task force that is working to probably provide some menus, but we're gonna still have to take all of those things and distill it down into our plan. We know there's opinions all over the place and ideas, and we welcome all of those. But ultimately, the responsibility lies with all of us to create what that next iteration is going to look like of school, knowing there's emotions, there's academics, there's, you know, all kinds of considerations. The complexity of coming back to learning is far more complex than coming and closing. So I just want people to understand that this is the beginning pieces. We're not going to be putting out a plan next week that says, here's what we're doing, because it's way, way too early. So we want to be clear about what we're presenting tonight. It's not the plan. It's the framework that we're using for organizing the thinking of our district to begin putting the meat on the bones to then arrive at a plan, probably in maybe late July, August. But we're stepping this forward because at any point we know the variables can change. So we just want to be really crystal clear about that tonight. So Matt is going to kind of present our beginning work on this, and I know he's going to do so in a very efficient manner.
I think there is a saying, brevity is the soul of wit, so I will aim to be witty. So I think we've heard a lot tonight. I know that in kind of imagining what might be possible for returning to learning in the fall. I think, you know, we're all hoping for the best case scenarios that we're able to reopen school in some fashion that looks as close as possible to what we're used to, recognizing that we'll have a lot of mitigating efforts that will need to go into play. We're also going to have to think about our priorities of how do we really intentionally rebuild the community that's been disrupted. How do we might talk about assessing where our students are at, not just from an academic standpoint, but also from a well-being standpoint. It's going to be more important than ever for us to kind of help students re-engage in routines, both for their well-being, but then also for us to be thinking about if there is a disruption to the school year at some point in time, that we've taught routines in such a way that would allow us to pivot to an online and back to an online environment. There's also certainly we're going to be getting guidance from OSPI and you know, about what are some of those potential hybrid options that we'll need to evaluate as a district, and of course conditions could change throughout the coming months that will force us to kind of reevaluate. So I'm going to share what I hope will be just kind of a brief presentation looking at our initial thinking around that, and use the title Structuring for Resiliency, because I think there are so many unknowns around what we're going to be facing in this coming year. There are so many unknowns about what our staff and what our students and what our families are going to be facing. And so what we're really thinking about right now is not just what are the things that we need to decide, but how do we structure ourselves so that we're able to respond should there be changes in guidance, should there be a change in kind of the what's happening on the ground, and so that we're able to be resilient as an organization, we're able to help our students be resilient, and we're able to really meaningfully offer continuous learning regardless. So I want to talk just briefly about some of the major decision points, and I had a conversation with one of our principals last night, where there's so many things that we're automatic about. So certain ceremonies, rituals, turning materials in, things that we've developed procedures over the years that really don't require a lot of mental or bandwidth or planning time or anything, just to do the operation of school. And as we look at the end of the school year and still having to factor guidance around whether we still going to be in phase 1, might we be in phase 2, each one of these operational decisions requires a lot of planning and thinking and comparing to the guidance and working with stakeholders both internally and externally. So every decision that we're making right now it's almost as if we've made it for the first time, and takes a lot of time and work. Right now we just issued some guidance to our school just on how to close out the year. How do they collect materials back in a way that keeps our students and families safe and keeps our staff safe as well. Mike talked a lot about having to reimagine what summer looks like, and we have a whole new category, these incompletes that our high school students will be in that we have to figure out. And then we need to go ahead and look at the fall. And it's not just what the model might look like, but it's also how are we preparing our principals and our teachers and our staff around the needs that our students are going to come back to us with. Mike talked a little bit about screening and saying how are we going to figure out where our community's at, and how we think about all these mitigation efforts that that are in an environment that's very difficult, dynamic, and challenging with hundreds of students moving around. So we've got a lot of things that we'll be deciding. That seems to be the new norm, is having to make lots of big decisions on a daily basis. So as we look to say, well, how are we going to go about doing that? And I think one of the things that we've been reflecting is looking back to say, well, how do we do at making decisions this past spring? We were put on emergency footing in March. We had an emergency operations center. We figured out kind of what aspects of our organization worked really well, where maybe we had some misses, and how do we learn from that? And so what we're really focused on is saying, how do we map out how we're going to make decisions moving forward, and what are some of those key things that we should be thinking about? Dr. Staven mentioned that there's a number of different roadmaps out there. We're starting to see different state education agencies issuing guidance, and so we've been looking at that. One that is particularly comprehensive that we like is the Return to School Roadmap. It doesn't fit everything that it doesn't fit the context for everything that we are doing as a school district. In some areas, we can check all the boxes right now, and yet we know that that's not sufficient, that there's more that we can do for our students. But it provides us kind of a nice roadmap. And what that roadmap really says is that school districts should be looking at their governance. They should be looking at how they're making decisions, what's driving those decisions, and how they're socializing those decisions. Secondly, schools really need to pay attention to the wellness of their students and their staff, and provide some guidance around how to do that. thinking about instruction, Mike talked a lot about both kind of how we screen and assess where our students are at, but also in a very dynamic situation, how do we maybe kind of reduce the playbook a little bit so that we can ensure greater consistency, that we can make it easier for all of our students and families and teachers to be able to access. A unique aspect that honestly is not one that as a school district we've typically invest a lot of time and energy in is what about our graduating seniors once they graduate? What type of supports might this class have in connecting to post-secondary, their post-secondary plans that's unique from other classes that have come before them? Certainly then also a number of technology, facilities, and operational pieces that we'll need to work through. I'm going to spend most of the time talking a bit about the governance piece because really that's the part where as we structure that well, that's going to help us make better decisions in all the other areas. So when we think about governance, the roadmap makes some recommendations, one of which is launching a return to school committee. So we've started an internal, within our central leadership team, forming a return to school committee. And that's an interdisciplinary committee that really pulls from all parts of the organization. Because what we've really learned through kind of the past few months is that a decision made one place really has an impact in other areas. And so when we look at whether it's providing food services, the interdependency and the relationship with our transportation department and with our equity department and with our communication department, actually if they're really all connected and working well together, we've been able to enhance services week over week as a result of that. So we want to make sure that we have kind of, if you picture a beach ball, we have somebody that's able to represent kind of each color of the beach ball as our organization so that we're not missing things. Thinking about kind of what are some of the values that drive the organization, we can look to our board policies around that and a lot of our foundational documents. But doing some work to translate that in this time, how do those values translate into kind of a very dynamic learning environment. Also really thinking about what is they call it a pandemic response committee, but that's really like how does our emergency operations committee have to evolve in order to be able to support us in real time moving forward. And so I'll talk a little bit more about that. Looking back at our emergency plans, how do we adapt those? I think we actually have some really good emergency plans that we can rely on, but we now have an opportunity to say, how do they have to translate to this environment when we've got a little bit of a breathing room? We're, of course, going to scenario plan too. We may be given some latitude and some options, and so what we'll have to do is do some scenario planning and play out a lot of what ifs and be thinking through those in advance. That was something that we didn't have the opportunity to do this spring. And so if we are able to return to school as close to normal as possible, but with the possibility that we might have to make adjustments on kind of in a very quick time frame, we want to be able to scenario plan through that. And of course, working with key stakeholders, I think that's particularly important as we think about gathering kind of the values and the interests of stakeholders to be able to work into that, and thinking about that being kind of a regular and ongoing dialogue because the things on the ground can really change and we might have to make some very fast decisions. And so having kind of really open lines of communication is going to be really important. So when we look at kind of what does that structure look like, what we're kind of aligning internally is we're forming an interdisciplinary return to school committee that's a subset of our central leadership team. Our central leadership team plays a key role in helping kind of expand the thinking of this group as well as vetting their thinking. But really what we're looking to is this group to identify what needs to happen as far as the planning and actually be developing the plans, proposals, or guidance for that work. And then Cabinet's in a role of really being able to kind of vet and help make connections for that work. Off to the side, we will be reconstituting our Emergency Operations Center as an Emergency Coordination Center. And this group is also an interdisciplinary group that what we're going to have them focus on this spring is really do their kind of planning and preparation as a team, so that when we start up in the fall, they're able to provide daily monitoring and immediate response to anything that comes up during that day, and also helping flag any changes of guidance or things that are going on, so that they're going to be the group that's really kind of attending to the here and now. Our return to school committee is looking forward and saying, kind of how do we plan for these future possibilities. We're also going to start intentionally really doing some stakeholder engagement in that forward-looking kind of vein with our different employee groups, with our administrators, parents, and with our students. And that's going to include some options for surveys. We'll be doing a thought exchange, but it's also going to be including some dialogues and some virtual exchanges. And so we're working and kind of roughing out what that looks like. We want to make sure that it's inclusive and that we have some opportunities to make sure that we're getting lots of different voices, but it also needs to be light enough that we can maintain kind of regular contact, frequent contact, to help us make very quick decisions as we move forward. And one of the key parts of this is that it's a very iterative process. So normally we have our central leadership team meets on a monthly basis. We're actually meeting, all these groups are meeting on a weekly basis in order to kind of have this iterative exchange of ideas, working through plans and vetting them, and then being able to move forward. So right now we're really kind of focusing on how do we want to be making decisions in a way that's making sure that we're not missing anybody. I'm going to briefly just highlight what are some of the things as we look forward that we're going to be needing to think about. Well-being or wellness is definitely one of them. So thinking about our crisis response, we have a crisis response plan that's in place. We're going to need to revisit that and say, does that look any different now in the midst of a pandemic than it did pre-pandemic? We've actually, I think, done a really nice job of really appreciative of the work of Johnny Fu, kind of helping to push and expand services with our community partners. And so we're going to need to continue to push on that to meet the needs of our community. Looking at what is it that our staff need? I think that's kind of a new and important question for us to wrestle with. We know when we're talking about social emotional learning that the adult development and their social emotional skills is important if they're going to be able to support students. Thinking about how we provide resources both for staff and students around self-care, and then also I think we're going to have to be very intentional about how to help parents aid their children in going back to school. I had a moment the other day. I had to drive to Bellevue. I live at kind of the north end of the lake, and it was the farthest I've driven in 2 months, and I had a moment of anxiety, and then I kind of had to reflect that I think we're all going to, both adults and children, we're going to be going back through some moments. It's going to take us some time to be able to transition back into some sense of normalcy. And of course, we're going to need to provide guidance around how to address physical health responses. And so we'll look to see what guidance we're getting from the CDC or from the state. But we're going to ultimately have to develop our own kind of local plans and decisions. Instructionally, I think Mike's talked quite a bit about this, and it really fit really nicely with the R2 report, which is we already know that we have gaps in our learning, and we know that we have students that are not participating. Mike mentioned about 8% of our students right now are not participating in continuous learning. And so we can go into the school year recognizing that we will have students at very different places from where we would normally expect them. We're not only going to have to make some decisions around how to provide the right types of interventions, but also some decisions around prioritization. around that, because we're going to be balancing a lot of different needs to attend to students' well-being, a sense of community, as well as their instructional needs. Post-secondary, I mentioned a little bit earlier, and so this will be one that we will be taking a close look at over the next couple of weeks and saying what is it that our seniors need and what type of support can we offer to be able to help them transition into their post-secondary pathway of choice. So the Return to School Roadmap identifies a number of ways in which school districts can do that, and so we'll be working to evaluate each of those items as we move forward. Facilities, I think this is one that we really early on in the pandemic where our support services team was really great about evaluating options, gathering materials for us to be able to try to stay in operations as long as possible. As we play out a much longer game, that's going to change. We're going to have some different kind of calculations around that. And so we'll have the opportunity over the next couple of months to kind of revisit what we developed and say, in light of a whole school year, what does that look like and how does that change, and what's the relation to how that needs to change our operations, our routines, our procedures, or what activities are or aren't allowed. We think about school operations, this is largely in thinking about kind of what are some of the policies and procedures that are in a completely different environment. So thinking about our school schedules, particularly as we start to see what guidance we may be getting from OSPI around various hybrid options. We'll have to look at that. Thinking about liability has been a big thing that we've been looking at in terms of particularly as we start to open up and where, kind of what level of risk that as an organization we can take on. Thinking about extracurriculars and activities, it really breaks my heart that our students aren't able to be together in community, being able to move and do things that give so many of them joy. So that's going to be a whole other thing that we'll be evaluating. We got to hear from the WA today, and so we'll be looking forward to see what kind of guidance they give us, but then also what we have a lot of autonomy locally that we'll be able to make some decisions. Certainly transportation could be a very interesting and unique challenge. Should physical distancing requirements remain in place for school children? And of course, given the volume of usage, how we keep those clean. So, and then finally, technology. We did quite a bit. Our technology operations did some amazing work this spring in getting hotspots and laptops out and increasing essentially our bandwidth to provide instructional services. We'll have to kind of be going through a process to assess that, particularly looking at where students were unable to access and look at how we can improve that for the coming year. And I think as Mike talked about too, also thinking about how we kind of consolidate and centralize some of our resources to make it a little bit more user-friendly for our families. So as Dr. Savim said, we've got a lot of decisions coming ahead of us. And so we're not in a position to really announce what those are at this time. We're even still trying to wrap up some things for the end of this school year. But using this roadmap, thinking about our organizational structure, we're trying to put ourselves in a position to be able to dynamically respond to whatever guidance we get from the state. OSP has indicated that we should expect that in June, but they've just kind of begun that work, and it's a very big group that they're working with. So we'll hopefully be in a good position to be able to respond to that whenever that comes.
End of June is what we've heard, or even later. So I wouldn't expect it to be out anytime soon. Chris, you had a hand up. Thank you, Matt.
No, I just want to say thank you, Matt, and thank you to the team who are trying to do this. I wanted to build on two things. The first is this evening in our public comment, you heard at least one person who's expressing a concern about, are we coming back to school at the end of September? in September. I cannot express the other parameter is, as the parent of a senior, being told, oh, we're making a plan causes it freaks us out. Helping us understand that you understand our problem is what we need. And I'm a little worried that in your 12 slides, communication was mentioned twice and wasn't its own slide. Communication with stakeholders is not what you need. You need communication to all 30,000 parents in this district, because they are all going to be freaking out by the time that we get to June 1st about what the hell are we going to do in the fall, if they aren't already. And I'm just expressing that as a parent who's been through this. Those of us with a graduating kid have already been through this once, because there's this big thing where it's not going to happen, and oh my God, what are we going to do? The panic is palpable. If we get past graduation, we get past the end of school, and there's not an official statement that here's what we're hoping we can do. We understand. We want to be back in school. If we're allowed to be back in school, we're making a plan that will allow us to be back in school. But that, not promising we will be back in school, but simply promising people that you appreciate that, you've got to get ahead of the anxiety on this one, because we failed to do that, at least in my neck of the woods, on the 12th graders, and it's killing. So, communication.
So one thing that we're doing is making, as we've kind of have the branding, if you will, of the information that's out there. This will be another landing spot where we'll be posting regular information and pushing something out to everybody weekly, even if it says we don't know yet, because people will hear everything. And I think the other thing that's already interesting to observe, and we will see more of, is that this is a very polarizing kind of thinking right now that's happening around just returning to life in all kinds of areas, not just school. It's businesses, it's sporting events, and you have don't go out, it's not safe, and who are you kidding? We have to get back to life as we knew it, open up the doors and go. So I think we also have to navigate the fact that there are very strongly held opinions and beliefs around all of what reopening school looks like. So that's part of it.
And just acknowledge that. That's the important part, because they're both right. And the thing is, they're both wrong. There's absolutely no way we're going back to school in September like we did last September. It's going to be a different game when we get there. It's going to have different parameters on it. So it's going to be very interesting to watch it play out. But just communicate, over-communicate to the community. We need to get ahead of this yesterday on the communication side, because otherwise it's just going to be, if we get to the point, if we get to even to the end of the June, if we get into the summer and there isn't some statement that we are not just we're making a plan. We've got a plan for how to make a plan. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, we know how important it is to get kids back into school. We've experienced this just like you have. It's not optimal. I mean, earlier this evening, we had comments from people who were saying that the SPED kids are not getting their education that they deserve. That's true, but that's true of literally every kid who is receiving their education at school, at home. Right. It's not the same. It's not the same quality. It's not the same value. It's something. It's better than nothing. But expressing that so the community can at least understand that we understand where they're coming from. And that is what has failed to happen on the graduation side, is that the parents, the seniors, have not had any sense that we understand where they're coming from. And it's leading to issues in my neck of the woods.
Cassandra's hand is up.
So a bit of a question on the students who have had zero connection as far as the mental health and well-being. Am I talking to the right person, Matt?
Oh,
that's your area, right?
What's that? Yeah, that's my area.
Okay, all right. Are we following up with those students? I know we're following up with them. That was a silly thing to say. When does it get to the point of a welfare check?
Yeah, so so I've surveyed all of our schools to look at how are our schools following up. All of our schools, all of our schools have indicated that when students aren't responding, that calls are going home, emails are going home. Most of them are also using interpreters if the student, the home language is a language other than English. From there, we get a little bit of variation. Some schools are using actual physical letters, and some schools are doing welfare checks. And when we refer to welfare checks, those are welfare checks by school resource officers or police officers. We've actually had more of our schools having staff members go out to visit schools. And I think it's important for when we talk about a welfare check to understand the context in which our schools would use a welfare check. It's nice to be able to have the ability to use that, but it's also a resource that needs to be used with some discretion. So when we have students who have historically been truant, or there's some other mitigating factors that give us cause to, like when students don't show up to school, we don't necessarily send out a resource officer or police officer. It's usually there's other compounding factors, mitigating factors, either the student's engaged in truancy, a truancy proceeding, or that there's something that we know about that student's actual situation that gives us some real cause for their concerns around that student's actual welfare. I think some of the things when we also look at our engagement. One of the nice things that Tim was able to pull for us was looking at the home language. And so we're seeing some disparities in engagement level on the basis of language. And so I think we also have, we have some families that are struggling or having some challenges and have, kind of gotten a little bit insular, and some of those families may not necessarily welcome having a police officer come to their home. So I think as our school staff are looking at who's not engaging, they're also having to use what they know about that student and that family to make that determination on whether that's going to be a call and a resource that's going to be helpful, or if there's other things that they know where that actually might be counterproductive, and that they're trying to use other methods first. As Mike mentioned, we're actually meeting with all of our secondary principals tomorrow and going through and looking at their engagement data. We still have 1 month of learning left to go. And we want to make sure that we're making a really good push to try to reconnect with students. First, to know that are the students okay from a welfare standpoint, and secondly is what can we do to get them engaged with their learning. So it is a tool that is a resource that our schools know how to use, and some of them have used it, but it's also one that they want to use with some discretion, and not necessarily just because the student's not engaging.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mark, your hand is up.
Yes, I'm a little concerned that we're painting too optimistic of a picture of knowing even by the end of June. The WASDA called today, the State School Directors Association, thinks that they're actually seeing OSPI even being later in the summer. So I think that as we move through and we communicate with parents, we need to be talking in a more realistic term. I'd love to see June 30 roll around and have all of a sudden the tablets fall and have us all know the word to go with. But I'm very concerned that we might be setting up some unrealistic expectations. That work group is enormous. It's like 160 people from OSPI, from around the state, and with all different players. It's hard enough to get a board of 5 to agree to something, let alone a group of 160 people. So anyway, I just want to paint that a little bit clearer, and I can't agree more with Chris, the idea that the more communications, the better. I would also suggest that as we push our communications out, we not only push them onto our pages that we would normally do so, but also onto the pages where the parents are congregating, whether it's the closed groups that are out there that many of us are on, or the neighborhood groups, the neighborhood association groups, just to make sure that we're actually reaching out as opposed to having an expectation of them to actually look at our stuff and come to ours, if you will. The other issue is...
Yeah, and Mark, before you move on from there, I just want to be really super clear. We don't have an expectation that we will know by the end of June. That's when we hope we get some of that guidance from that group, but I agree it may be way later, but I just want to be clear, we don't believe we will have a solid plan by the end of June.
Good. I was misinterpreting what you said. I'm glad we clarified it, because if I misinterpreted, God knows anybody else might too. On the checks on the kids, calling it a welfare check, I know that's to me a very official, almost legal term. I'd much, as much as those are necessary with many kids, I say many, a good portion of them. I'd love to be able to see us being able to reach out, as you mentioned, with the teachers to the kids, or for that matter, the teachers who know the kids and know their peers, and say, I know that John is a good friend with Eddie or whatever, and reach out in an indirect way to find out if they know anything. To me, it might be a softer way of doing it, and perhaps a better social emotional way of doing so that would be cause less apprehension than a resource officer knocking on the door. I just encourage you, if we have that option, I'd love to see us take it.
I'm going to say John, and then Siri, you want to wrap us up?
Sure.
I think I also want to just recognize what Chris said, that we may not have information about returning to school or what that exactly looks like, but it's kind of that empathy side of this whole matter of ensuring that our families know that we know, that they know that we understand what they're going through, and that we actually, well, yes, planning for a plan, they probably don't want to hear about that. But what Matt didn't go into tonight is they're actually getting very tactical in their work already around things that we do know about, that we do need to be thinking about. And so being as transparent with what we know, decisions that have been made, and just kind of laying out a roadmap so that parents know what to expect and when to expect it. And if we don't have information, just being upfront about that, and just so parents know, so they can kind of make their plans both mentally and physically, because if when school looks different in the fall, every family is going to have to figure out their unique situation, just like they did this spring.
Yeah, this is just really complex stuff. And so we want to have the very best odds and get feedback. And we also know that our families in our community are doing some version of this, perhaps in their other environments like healthcare and business and corporate, and some places that have strategies that we can also learn from. So we'll be asking people to have an opportunity to give us ideas, as well as just informing, because we think there's probably some things we can learn too that are going on in other worlds parallel to us that would be beneficial for us to be able to incorporate.
Okay, and I guess I can wrap up at this point. I want to say I think the challenge is, and I think, John, you hit on that, is just how do you make sure that you have enough of an outline, that the information's coming through and you set expectations clearly. And so as I think through this, maybe you won't have a full plan by June 30th, but what would we have by June 30th? And so that if that can get laid out, then there's some expectations that, okay, we'll have a decision about X by this point in time. And recognizing OSPI and what happens, I think in the foster system, they are always working two pathways: the plan to reunify with parents and the plan for adoption. And you carry both of those simultaneously, and you plan for both. And that's sort of the situation I think that we're in, is you have to plan for all. And the more you can just outlay in those key points, I think the framework was very beneficial to sort of give that outlay. And then now, what are some of the targets and deadlines around actually having things into place would be helpful on that website to at least have access to. It's uncertainty that makes people concerned. Under promise, over deliver, right? That's the whole thing. So set those expectations that your community knows and can respond to. So it's going to be a tough time. It's moving constantly. And as we learn more about the illness and impacts on people and transmission and what happens, that's all going to impact what we can do within our schools. Some we'll have control over, some we won't. And it's recognizing where we do. So I guess I would say, as you look through these plans, really think about what do we as a district have control over, and really could say, yeah, we're going to do this. And what don't we, and we have to wait a little bit and sort of lay those pieces out. So I appreciate that's a lot of work. That an emergency and closing is one step. There's always the piece of how do you open is the next one. And you see this discussion nationwide amongst countries, honestly, of how do you do this. So it's a tough road, but lots of people out there, lots of good people working on it. Just communicating it, I do think, is going to be our key.
Yes. And just so you know, as part of the end of my report, since I only have a couple board meetings left, I believe my goal is to make each of them successfully longer so that I can soak up every last board meeting that we have. So just going to put that out there.
You succeeded well this evening.
Thank you. I knew we would have a full plate, and I don't think they are going to get any less full. So get your screen eyes going. That is the end of the reports tonight.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that very full agenda. With that, we do have one last wrapping up, which is board member comments. Is there anything anybody wants to comment on or share? Director Sage.
And this is an upbeat sort of a thing, so think about this. We have until June 7th to submit a presentation to WASDA for the annual conference. And as the second largest school district in the state, and as a district who has resources, I would like to suggest that we do a presentation and that we talk with Dr. Holman about what he feels is one of our biggest strengths to bring forward and to share with other districts.
I think that's a great idea, Director Sage.
Great. Let me think about that and put some pen to paper. I presented at WASDA in 2016 and learned a lot from that presentation. So I have a bit of history that I can share with the group as well.
Well, you're overdue.
We're right on time.
Director Stewart, I thought your hand was up. Did you lower it?
No, ma'am, it is up, and I think that just remind folks that a framework for planning is what we refer to down home as fixing to get ready. So it's time to fixing to get ready time.
All right. Any other comments? Director LaLiberty.
Just a comment on the agenda tonight in the meeting. I actually found that this went fine. I know it was a longer meeting. It didn't feel grueling to me.
Good.
And I thought this worked really well. I think we're getting better and better as a group of doing these. So my 2 cents.
Brevity doesn't mean quality.
Okay. Yes. Any other comments? The only one we didn't do government relations was not on the. So one of the things that there is WASDA is also requesting any new positions for the legislature. So there was an email sent on that. If there was something specific within legislative actions for next year that you want WASDA to be able to support as a position, now is the time to submit a proposal for that. So if anybody has something that they have thought of and would like to pursue, let Eric know. You can always write the proposal. I believe they're due the 20th though, so they're just 2 days away. So
we can also support somebody else's submission. Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely. Typically, we do a lot of partnering with Bellevue, Issaquah, North Shore, and looking through those resolutions. They have one right now that they're looking at in regards to school funding and for the next year, and just trying to ensure keeping it whole for next year and not doing a midterm cut. Anybody else with a comment? If not, then I'm going to move on, and we will have our next board meeting will be held on June 1st. We will be remote still on June 1st. We have not heard any final, if the OPMA will be extended or not. At this point, it's set to expire on the 31st. So we're going to go ahead with virtual on the 1st, and then we can make a decision as to what happens on the 8th based on the information that comes out in the next few weeks. So the first will be a board meeting at 5 p.m. and then on June 8th, we have a scheduled study session at 5 p.m. That will be budget oriented. And with that, I'll now entertain a motion to adjourn our May 18th board meeting.
So moved.
Nobody wants to leave.
Oh, I'm trying to move.
You're doing a nice job, Chris. Do I have a second?
Second.
Hey.
Excellent. Been moved by Director Carlson, seconded by Director Stewart to adjourn the meeting. All those in favor, please signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Good night.
Yeah, I'm opposed.
With that, meeting is adjourned. Thank you very much.
Good night.